마스크 쓰고 할 거예요. 화면 나. 아니요? 아니, 너무 집이 멀어가지고. 일선이랑 뭐 버스는 타고 와서 괜찮아요. 네. 아, 아니 저도 이렇게 하는 거죠. 그래야지. 그죠? 그러면 이게 통역 끝난 걸 어떻게 알아요? 감이? 들려요? 여기 들려요?
안내 말씀드립니다.
May I have your attention, please? From 8:40, we will begin Herald Business Forum 2020. Please make your way into the event hall and be seated.
안내 말씀드립니다.
May I have your attention, please? We will begin Herald Business Forum 2020 very soon. Please have your seats. Once the event will begin, please refrain yourself from moving around and don't forget to turn your mobile phone into silent mode.
안내 말
May I have your attention, please? We will begin Herald Business Forum 2020 very soon from 8:40. Please have your seats. After the events will begin, please do not move around and turn your mobile phone into the silent mode.
안내 말씀드립니다.
Have your attention, please. We will begin Herald Business Forum 2020 very soon. We sincerely ask you to have your seats now.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, everyone. Greetings. I am the reporter Jung Se-hee of Herald Economies, and I am the moderator of Herald Business Forum 2020. Theme of today is navigating a new era. It is to find a new direction and get some insight for the future, as many companies are going through difficulties caused by the pandemic. Since it has become not easy to travel across borders, globally renowned speakers from the US, Germany, France, and Singapore will join us online. You will see them speaking and debating in real time on the big screen here. And all foreign speakers' lectures will be interpreted simultaneously. Please use the device on your table. Please tune to channel number 1 for Korean and channel number 2 for English. To grace this event, we have so many VIPs here with us. I'd like to introduce you. When they are introduced, please give them a big hand. First up, Song Yun-mo, Minister of Trade and Industry and Energy. Lee Ha-kyung, lawmaker and chairman of National Assembly Trade Committee. Kwon Chung-won, President and CEO of Herald. Woo Tae-hee, Vice Chairman, Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Kwon Tae-shin, Vice President, Federation of Korean Industries. Han Jin-yeon, Vice President of Korea International Trade Association. James Kim, President of AmCham. Lee Jae-hoon, Senior Advisor of law firm Kim and-jang. Kim Young-yul, President and CEO of Korea BASF. Lee Kyu-chul, Partner Attorney and law firm 대리가주. Lee Dong-gun, President of Hyundai Research Institute. And please allow me to begin the opening ceremony of Herald Business Forum 2020. To begin with, I'd like to invite Kwon Chung-won, President of Herald, for opening speech. Please welcome him with a big hand. Warm welcome to you all. Amidst COVID-19 outbreak, we have to take care of ourselves. And against all odds, we have many guests here in the event hall. Thank you for your participation once again. In fact, the ministers who are having the most difficult and the busiest schedule might be the Minister of Trade and Industry. Thank you for your participation as well. National Assembly is playing very critical, important role. And Mr. Lee Ha-kyung is here. Thank you for your participation as well. COVID-19 is giving us going through difficult times, and it is causing so many changes. Somewhat, it's causing a lot of difficulties, but on the other hand, it's giving us some hope as well. Whether we're gonna make it or not depends on how you are responding to that. Crisis can be an opportunity or is another chance to make a better growth according to our history and record. The Professor Jace Bowman will deliver the keynote speech. He was the chairperson of the Council of Economic Advisor during the Obama administration. And he will talk about what direction the whole world is going after the coronavirus and where the Korea is standing now, and what kind of direction we have to take will be the main topic he will deliver. Even though there is a big trend, one single industry or corporate should change themselves. Just like the travel industries, some are facing unprecedented crisis, but they can survive if they are making the right policies and right strategies. Rather, they can turn this crisis into an opportunity to find the new growth engine. And the fourth industrial revolution that we talked about enthusiastically, I think about 3 years of putting forward to achieve the fourth industrial revolution. So these are the topics that we are talking about today. Globally renowned scholars will make a presentation and some the discussions. We can see sea changes. The Herald Corporation and Herald Business will be there for you. We will share your concern and we will work together to explore the directions where we should go and what direction we should take. And we will work hard for that. And I have a great expectation for today's forum, and I hope this will be very helpful for you. Once again, thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. Kwon Chung-won. Now we will invite the Prime Minister Chung Se-kyung. He will give us a congratulatory remark through a video. Distinguished guests, good to see you. I congratulate on the opening of the Herald Business Forum 2020. Mr. Kwon Chung-won, CEO of the Korea Herald, and the members of the company who made every effort to host this event on and offline, thank you very much. This year's forum is themed with navigating a new era. We gathered here to explore ways to move ahead amid uncertainty and crisis and design new business strategies in post-COVID-19 era. We have speakers who join us online from the US, Germany, France, and Singapore due to the pandemic. I believe you will be able to get wisdom to navigate through difficulties ahead as you listen to the lectures from each speaker. Fellow citizens, distinguished guests, the world is hit by pandemic, economic recessions, and the impact of climate change. People across the world are wrangling with difficulties and hardships. Many companies are at huge crisis, thinking about how to survive, let alone not to how to grow. To navigate through difficulties, more flexible, more agile responses are not an option, but a must. On this occasion, I would like to offer consolation to businesses who are suffering from the unprecedented crisis. I have also something to thank for. First of all, I thank all those management and labor unions who cooperate with each other in this pandemic and run surplus. Even with the sales profit dropped sharply due to the pandemic, some companies increased investment. Thank you. I am confident that your strength will make our country a global leader in the future. The Korean government is now taking concrete measures in response. Recently, we have announced the Korean New Deal, and we are now accelerating the effort to make a transition to digital and green economy. At the center lies the goal to expand the safety net and people first economy. The COVID 19 reminds us of how we are closely connected with each other. Now, solidarity and coexistence are the primary goal of our time. I believe the businesses that realize the importance of the value of solidarity and coexistence will tap into a greater opportunity. Today, Mr. Christopher Heller, Vice President at BUS, will talk about social value and capitalism. I am looking forward to his insight into the possibility of solidarity and coexistence. Once again, I congratulate on the opening of the Herald Business for 2020 Forum. I wish you the best. Thank you.
축하 영상
Please give him another round of applause. Next up, Minister Song Yun-mo of Trade, Industry and Energy will deliver his congratulatory speech. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. First of all, congratulations on hosting the Herald Business Forum 2020. I think it is very meaningful and timely. And for this occasion, I sincerely deliver my appreciation to the President of Herald and business leaders and lawmaker Lee Ha-kyung and Jason Foreman Professor and Professor Thomas Pilopon and many other speakers. Thank you for your dedication. And today we are here to talk about navigating a new era. COVID-19 has been changing our daily lives and our businesses. In three aspects, we believe our world has been changed. First of all, COVID-19 is making an unprecedented situation for everyone, as the economies have been changed. Since the Great Depression, the economy is making a negative growth, and the new risk should be treated as well. And the second thing is that uncertainty. Safe and effective vaccine can bring an end to this situation and go back to the normal daily lives. But before that, it's very difficult to expect when it will end. And the third is expectation. We are keeping the social distancing, and we are refraining ourselves from having some normal daily activities like going to the theater. And the COVID-19 will be the historic milestone, and it also bring about the new changes to the civilizations. Corporations should explore what is the best strategy for them, and by doing so, they can turn the crisis into the opportunities. Uncertainties reduce the investment in the corporations, and free trade has been retracted as well. And people are paying attention to the health and security, and these can be considered as challenges. Just like a cliche said, we can find some opportunities from this crisis as well. As the on-tech industry becomes very popular these days, so we have to pay attention to find more opportunities. And as we are accelerating to transition to the digital economy, it can also create a new growth and new economy. While we understand how health is important, we can also explore the green economy as well. So the government has the 8 times of emergency meetings to support SMEs and some the industry that have been hit hardest by the COVID-19. With a lot of budget, we are doing our best to recover from these damages. And also, we are setting another big budget to support untapped economy and some other the new growth other industries that can be a potential new growth engines. The government going forward will be on the corporate side for them to doing their roles. We understand that the controlling disease might be the first priority to survive the economy and to survive the corporates. So we have to kill two birds with one stone, with the disease control and the surviving the economy. So for the normal operation of the businesses, we will have very structured system to have to put the disease controlled. And also, the government will provide the grants and support for the corporates at timely manner. And during the fourth quarter, 4.3 trillion won will be executed early on to support the economic activities. To boost demand, we are preparing some other plans. We will do our best for that. And also the financial support and employment support for the fragiles, we are doing our plans and we will just carry out the plan according to our plan. And to settle down the employment, we also execute the project and plans that we are planning very soon. And also we will strengthen and secure the foundations for the trade as well, trade and exports. And we also provide a lot of support for the companies who are largely exporting so far. And we also open some online exhibition hall for the 10 top industries. We can make some viable platform for industry to do their businesses as usual. The manufacturing industries are having difficulties, and we try to support their liquidity by the government fiscal policies. Yesterday, we announced some plan and the result. The industry who are suffering from the reduced investment, then we are supporting some subsidies and grants for SMEs. And the third part is that despite of the COVID-19 outbreak, the corporation and businesses should secure some potential and possibilities for the future. So Big Three and the Korean New Deal will support investment of corporations for the future. These will be two big pillars for Korean companies to find the new growth engines in these areas. And systems, semiconductor, the future-oriented cars, and these big threes will be the second biggest growth engine for the future of Korea. And we also reorganizing the industry mix for the fourth industrial revolution. It is very important to secure the long-term growth for the corporations as well, and to support them to advance into the new industries and to create a new environment for the businesses. We will doing our best, and the components and equipment and heavy industries will have full support from our ministry. Companies are in the demand side and supply side should cooperate to expand their business activities, to secure and followers, and to support them. We will deregulate them. And we also create the special economic and industrial zones to attract the global companies who are meeting our demands. Then the government will make all our support. This year, the Korea's economies are faring well among the OECD member countries. So to keeping the dynamics of economics, we are keep doing our best. But the fundamentals of our economy comes from the corporations. Because you are working hard, we can maintain Korean economies. Your capabilities and your experiences will be the best platform to prepare for the future, and the government will be there for you to exert your best capabilities. Thank you.
네, 다시 한번 큰 박수.
Give him another round of applause.
좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Next, we will invite the MP Lee Ha-kyung from 더불어민주 political party. Please give him a big hand.
네, 여러분.
Good to see you all. I am Lee Ha-kyung, Chairman of the Trade, Industry, Energy, SMEs, and Startup Committees at the National Assembly. Congratulations on holding the Herald Business Forum 2020. And thank you for the Herald Business Forum to host this meaningful event, which will give us an opportunity to discuss challenges and find a way forward for businesses in the post-COVID-19 era. We are joined by esteemed speakers and audience who participate online from home and abroad. Welcome. We are facing disruptive changes in our society amid this pandemic. The IT-based businesses such as online shops, online delivery platform services, Netflix, KakaoTalk saw unexpected rapid growth. However, traditional manufacturing, the service businesses, travel and tourism and logistics and performing arts sector barely sustained themselves amid the worst crisis. The business environment in post-COVID-19 era will be very different. Today's forum is significant as it seeks to share information to enhance business competitiveness and bring about changes necessary in response to new environment. We have to minimize failures and enhance competitiveness. We need to share information and we need cooperation. That is the best way to do. And the government will make a more effort in response. Moving beyond the administrative and institutional support for businesses, we need to encourage digital transition, which is a precondition to be met going forward. And we need to minimize the information gap between large and small companies and business and consumers. And I think the government and the National Assembly should learn from this. In order to prevent the business failures, the National Assembly will listen to your voices and will prepare more active and aggressive support programs. The topic in this post-19 COVID-19 is the working together, I think. So we need to lay a foundation to work together and find a better future. Thank you very much. Thank you. MP Lee Ha-kyung, please give him a big hand again.
Now let's jump into the forum. There will be 3 sessions and a special session. During the first session, we will connect international speakers in Boston and New York online. The interpretation devices is on your table. Please tune to channel number 1 for Korean. The keynote speaker of the first session was chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors under the Obama administration, and Jace Foreman will be the keynote speaker, who is the professor of practice of economic policy at Harvard University. As a cure to COVID-19, he suggests the drastic support and intervention of the central government for corporates. Let's connect to Boston.
Hi, Professor Bowman.
How are you?
Hello. I'm very good, and I'm glad to be joining you this morning, I guess it is, in Seoul.
Thank you. We are very honored to have you as our keynote speaker at the Herald Business Forum 2020. On behalf of our company, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude. Would you please give us a speech for 40 minutes from 8 to 8:40 p.m. Eastern Time?
Great, I would love to. I very much wish I could have been in Seoul with you this morning. I think if every country in the world had responded to coronavirus as well as Korea has responded, then I probably could have gotten on an airplane, come there, and been with you in person. Because as much as it's amazing the way we can all connect over video, the way I can teach my students from home, the way I can stay in touch with friends, none of it is a substitute for the in-person interactions, which have been so critical to our economies and our societies for thousands and thousands of years. Today, I want to talk about 6 challenges that we're wrestling with in the economy and what government and businesses can do in responding to these challenges. The first challenge that I'll talk about is COVID-19. If I were giving this talk 9 months ago, I obviously would not have talked about COVID-19. I would have started with the slowdown in productivity growth, inequality, the future of work, declining competition, a topic I think Tomas Philippon will probably be talking to you about as well, and declining interest rates. But given where we are now, we need to start by understanding COVID-19. And one of the concerns about COVID-19 is that it will potentially make all of these other challenges even worse and even more serious. So that's where I'll begin my discussion. We're all familiar with the impact that COVID-19 is having on global growth. The growth rate for the world economy is expected to be 8 percentage points lower as a result of the pandemic. A couple months ago, experts thought that emerging and developing economies would be the most affected by the pandemic. In March, we saw a huge flight of capital out of the emerging markets. But since March, capital has flown back into the emerging markets. And what we've seen is that emerging and developing countries are younger, they're less obese, they're less tied into global travel. And as a result, while there's considerable variation, on average, they've been a little bit less affected by COVID. The biggest effect of COVID looks set to be on the advanced economies, on countries like the United States, on countries like Korea. Of course, there's an enormous amount of variation even within the advanced economies. This shows us growth rates in the first half of the year. So it gives us the growth rate through the second quarter of this year. You see the worst affected was the United Kingdom and France. The least affected was Australia and Korea. The United States, the United Kingdom and France had huge outbreaks of COVID, as did Italy. They had major lockdowns in their economy, and as a result, they dramatically reduced economic activity. Korea did a much better job through testing and contact tracing of containing the virus with less damage to the economy. The United States is an interesting case. Its economy performed better than most of the other European countries and Canada. The reason was, though, that the United States had less of a lockdown. And so we now have more cases of COVID than any of the other countries shown here, except for France. And as a result, have more economic challenges in the second half of the year than countries like Germany that made a bigger investment earlier on in controlling the virus, hurting their growth up front, but putting them in a better position for later on. You see a similar story with variations in labor markets. This shows the unemployment rate, and the unemployment rate rose a lot in the United States. Korea is actually lucky to have had the unemployment rate fall by a small amount. The unemployment rate is a little bit misleading as an indicator because in the United States, if you furlough a worker, so they're still employed, they're just not getting any pay from their employer, they count as unemployed. In most of the other countries here, that same worker would be counted in the statistics as employed. If you adjust the United States number, the United States looks a little bit more like other countries in the world in terms of its employment experience. The COVID shock is the worst economic crisis to hit the global economy, perhaps ever. It's affected every country. It's been a large reduction in economic activity and an immediate one. At the same time, the policy response to the COVID crisis has been larger than the policy response to any previous economic crisis. Economic stimulus, in terms of tax cuts and especially government transfers and spending, has been larger than we've ever seen before in response to an economic crisis. Many countries have spent more than 10% of GDP on fiscal stimulus. Historically, even 2 or 3% on fiscal stimulus would be considered very large. Monetary authorities have cut interest rates to zero and expanded their balance sheets more quickly than they ever have before, rolling out a very wide array of novel, unconventional lending programs. As a result of this economic policy response, you see something amazing. I'm going to show you the United States, but you see a similar story elsewhere. This picture is what happened to GDP. In the United States, GDP went down a little bit in the first quarter. GDP went down a lot in the second quarter. But now let's look at the income of households. This is what American households had as their income. Household income rose a little bit in the second quarter, and first quarter, and it rose by a record amount in the second quarter. Why was that? That's because the government gave money to households. The government gave unemployment insurance, the government gave checks, and the government delivered money through a business lending program that effectively required you to pay wages or incentivized you to pay wages to your workers. So as a result of all these government programs, we protected people on average from the recession. Their incomes went up. In fact, if you break it down, incomes went up more for low-income households than for high-income households. These types of programs were deployed in countries around the world. You saw it in rich countries like the United States. You also saw it in poorer countries like Nigeria. In fact, the majority of countries in the world adopted some type of expanded cash transfers. And as a result, we have to some degree protected people. Now in the United States, all of this expired at the end of July. And so this is going to look worse in the third quarter of this year, at least disposable income. As a result of this unprecedented policy response, we've seen something remarkable. This shows us what's happened to retail sales in the United States, the money you spend at stores and the money you spend in restaurants. It's a V-shaped recovery. It looks exactly like a V. Compare that to the experience in the global financial crisis a decade ago. In the global financial crisis a decade ago, it fell and continued falling. So what we have in big picture terms is a massive economic shock, a massive policy response. The policy response has not prevented a recession. Unemployment rates are still up everywhere, except Korea, and then in part because of measurement issues, France. But that recession is less bad than it would have been. Let's now look forward. The easy part of the recovery has already happened. Those are workers who went back to their old jobs, businesses that were shut down and reopened. Going forward, it's going to be harder. The reason it's going to be harder is because what we're seeing is a combination. In part, households lose their jobs, have lower demand. We can solve that by giving them money. In part, though, supply. We can't make things that we used to make. We can't make a restaurant that's filled with people. We can't make a baseball stadium that's filled with fans. We can't make an airplane flight that's as safe as it was a year ago. That we don't have an economic policy for. A vaccine can help, but we don't have it. Nothing a central bank can do can solve that. To some degree, we have a liquidity shock. Businesses who are temporarily out of money. But we also have a solvency shock, a business that is permanently, in effect, out of money. Its debts exceed its assets. Bankruptcy can help in that situation, but the bankruptcy system is better in the United States than it is in many countries, but everywhere it has a hard time handling a lot of bankruptcies at once and doing it in a way that doesn't destroy value. Finally, we have a stop-start shock. This is like what happens after a hurricane. A hurricane closes your businesses. When the hurricane passes, the businesses reopen. It's very easy. We know how to get through that. That's part of what's happened. The other part, though, is a reallocation shock. That's much harder. A restaurant goes out of business. Its workers need to find a new job. The travel industry shrinks. People from the travel industry need to go find jobs in other industries. New businesses need to start. It's easier for a business to close than a new one to start. All of these supply shocks, reallocation, and solvency shocks will continue to affect the economy and hurt the economy long after a vaccine is in place, long after the initial recession is gone. And so I worry we're going to continue to have lingering effects from the virus, changes in our economy, but also changes that will take a while to recover from. I think this problem, this COVID crisis, will also have an effect on the next 5 challenges I'm going to talk about. Let's start with the one I think is almost the most serious, slowing productivity growth. Now, this topic comes as a surprise to some people, especially in the business community. If you read the newspaper, it's filled with incredibly optimistic stories. New breakthrough technologies, new medical innovations, Elon Musk inventing things, Apple changing iPhones, 8K resolution, AI breakthroughs. Every day we read about really amazing things happening in technology. But if you go to an economics conference, you talk to economists, you hear a much more pessimistic story. You hear about the Great American Slowdown. You hear about slow growth. You hear about growth potential dimmed. Is slow the new normal? Falling speed limit. Slowing of potential growth. How do we square these two? And who's right? The data is clearly on the side of the more pessimistic story. This shows labor productivity growth in the G7 economies, and everywhere growth slowed from, in this case, I'm showing you 1998 to 2008 compared to the decade after. So the pace of innovation was not happening as quickly. It used to happen at about 2% a year, now about 1% a year. That's a big difference. In one case, it means your productivity doubles every 35 years, and the other doubles every 70. Not just the advanced economies, most of the emerging economies saw slow productivity growth. China, the largest economy in the world, has been wrestling with it. Turkey, Russia, Argentina, Brazil. A bright spot has been India, which has had some of the most impressive growth in recent years, maybe getting a passing of the torch from China. How do we square these? We see all the headlines about the tremendous innovation, but we see the economic data that shows us we don't have faster productivity growth. The way to square that is that it takes more impressive innovation than it took in the past, even to continue to make progress the same rate that we've made it in the past. Let's look at integrated circuit chips, a product that Korea has played a key role in producing and selling around the world. This is Moore's law, saying that the CPU, number of transistors in the CPU, doubles every 2 years. We have continued to keep up with Moore's law. We've continued to double every 2 years. But it's getting harder and harder to do this. The number of researchers engaged in semiconductors has increased by a factor of 20. Increased by a factor of 20 in the last 45 years. And so it takes more and more effort, more and more impressive artificial intelligence, more and more impressive gene editing, more and more impressive supercomputers to continue to make progress on agricultural yields, cancer mortality rates, manufacturing production, and the like. And moreover, we're making very little progress in large other sectors of the economy dominated by in-person services like education and healthcare. So that's the second challenge we're grappling with, is slower productivity growth. Even with the impressive advances in AI, they just aren't translating into the economy. The problem is that at the same time the pie is growing more slowly, the pie is also being distributed increasingly unequally. This shows the share of income going to the top 1%, in the United States. For a long time, it went down, but now it's going up, and it's roughly $1 in $5 for 1% of people, the highest that's been recorded. At the same time, the bottom 90% has seen its share fall steadily. Used to be that 2/3 of the pie went to the bottom 90% of workers. Now, a little bit more than half of the pie goes to the bottom 90% of workers. And it's not just the United States. You see the same thing in economies around the world, that same trend towards less for people in the middle and the bottom at the same time that their incomes are growing more slowly. We could do an entire speech, we could even do an entire class on the causes of this. In part, it reflects developments in competitive markets. Skills are rewarded more because of technology. There's smaller increase in educated workers. Part, it reflects changes in labor market institutions that make it harder and reduce the bargaining power of workers. But whatever it is, it's a challenge. The next challenge, the fourth I want to talk about, is the future of work. Here, I think the popular perception may not be right. The popular perception is encapsulated in this article in CNN that said smart robots could soon steal your job. This article was written in 2016. It's very recent. That is the popular fear about the future of work. This is another article in the New York Times, a leading newspaper. It was in 1980. This author said, "A robot is after your job." Here's another article from 1960 in the Wall Street Journal. It said robots are taking jobs both in outer space and US factories. And here's an article now all the way back to 1935, thinking machines replace the thinker. So we have had a long-standing fear that robots were going to take our jobs. We've been worried about this for a very long time. In fact, I could go back hundreds of years. It wasn't robots then, it was machines. Well, how have these predictions panned out? The unemployment rate has been roughly the same for most of the last 100 years. And when the unemployment rate goes up, it's not because of robots, it's because of a recession. This prediction's been very off. There's many reasons this prediction has been off. One of those reasons is shown in this, that even as brick and mortar jobs went down, e-commerce jobs went up. Also, we've created more jobs in service industries, whether they're higher paid personal professional services or lower paid, like somebody working in a coffee store, because people are richer and can afford to do more of that. We also have created new types of jobs. We've also changed the nature of jobs. There are radiologist jobs are different in a world where they get assistance from machines than when they didn't. So the challenge for the future of work, I think, is less that the robots are going to take all our jobs, and more that the robots are going to compete with us and drive wages down for lower income workers and maybe drive them up at the top. So this really boils down, I think, again, to the same inequality problem we were worried about a moment ago. And this was a study that I did when I was chair of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Obama. And we found that looking at a popular database of jobs that were at threat of automation, that if you looked at jobs that made less than $20 an hour, most of them were at threat of automation. You look at jobs that make more than $40 an hour, very few of them were at threat from automation. And so the problem here isn't that the jobs will disappear, but that the wages in these jobs will go down. And maybe the wages in these jobs will go up, and it will exacerbate inequality. The next challenge I want to talk about is something that the next speaker or a speaker later on this morning, my friend Tomas Philippon, is going to be talking to you, I suspect, a lot about. And he's one of the leading researchers on this topic, which is declining competition. Start by showing you these two beers. Probably all have seen Budweiser, one of the most popular beers in America. Probably all seen Heineken. It's also one of the most popular beers in America. There's lots and lots of other beers, though. You can get Joe India Pale Ale, Goose India Pale Ale, Elysian Space Dust, Hop Knot IPA. You can also get Affligen, Maximus, Morte Cibite, Cibele. Sorry, I mispronounced all of these. The amazing thing is this tremendous variety of beers you can get in the store. All of these are made by Anheuser-Busch. All of these are made by the company Heineken. You see something similar in the market for mayonnaise, the market for cat food, the market for fertilizer, the market for washing machines, the cellular providers throughout the economy. And in fact, at the Council of Economic Advisors, we documented increased market concentration in a range of sectors. And a lot of other research has done this in a much, much more detailed way for hundreds and hundreds of sectors of the economy and linked it to all sorts of economic challenges, including the ones I was discussing of slower productivity growth and higher inequality. Now, there's good and bad reasons why companies might grow. Sometimes they grow because they're really technologically sophisticated and it helps the economy. Sometimes they grow because they're monopolists and they expand their monopoly power and no one is there to enforce the law and stop them. In the case of Google, Facebook, and Amazon, they've grown a little bit for both reasons. In part because they're super innovative, but also in part because of ways they've taken advantage of their dominant status. And how one responds to that going forward is a central challenge for policy. The last challenge I want to talk about is low interest rates. Now, if you're a business borrowing money, this isn't so much a challenge, this is an opportunity. But if you're a business borrowing money, it's also a symptom of how few great investment projects are out there. Interest rates have been falling across a wide range of countries for decades. This isn't something that was caused by the financial crisis or the COVID crisis. It isn't something that the central banks woke up one day and decided to do. This is a real structural change in our economy. And again, we could spend hours talking about what the structural change is, analyzing the structural change. But the important point is that it's here to last. The structural change has two really important implications. The first is there's now less scope for monetary policy. Monetary policy just can't do as much as it used to. But here's the good news. Fiscal policy needs to do more, and it can do more, both automatically in response to changes in the economy and also on a discretionary basis. In terms of monetary policy, in the United States, the Fed cut the Fed funds rate by about 6 percentage points in all the previous crises. In this crisis, it cut the Fed funds rate by 1.75 percentage points. It had very little room for monetary policy. So there's a lot less monetary policy can do. There's unconventional tools, quantitative easing, we could talk about that. But there's a limit to how much that can affect the economy, and it may bring some financial stability risks. There's a limit to what you can do on monetary policy. But the good news is fiscal policy has more space than it's ever had. We're all accustomed to seeing pictures of how much debt has risen. That's not the right way to think about it. You want to ask about what's happened to interest, because interest is lower. Debt is higher, but interest is lower And as a result, interest payments have generally been trending down and are quite low. And so I'm not that worried about fiscal sustainability in a world of the low interest rates that we have now. So these are 6 challenges that we face. The COVID crisis is exacerbating all of them. Slower productivity growth, rising inequality, the future of work, declining competition, and lower interest rates. In many ways, these are interrelated. For businesses, they create a new set of challenges to deal with. In some cases, a new set of opportunities, lower cost of capital, and the like. But for all of us, unless we have a vigorous policy response to address them, they'll only grow and become more serious. I think the good news is we do have some tools to deal with them. We have fiscal space to respond to the COVID crisis, and many countries have deployed it. We can invest more in research, innovation, and infrastructure to help productivity growth. We can deal with inequality both by helping to raise wages and also ensure through the tax and transfer system that everyone benefits. We can help people with the future of work, especially by investing in education, the best way to future-proof your job. Making our economies increasingly competitive is a central way of achieving all of those different goals and responding to all of those challenges. And insofar as we need to spend some more money to do that, with the low interest rates that we have today, businesses can afford to do that, and the government can afford to do that. The dialogue between businesses and the government is going to be a really important part of creating the conditions that all of us need for strong, sustained, shared economic growth. And I look forward to the continued discussion between Korea, the United States, and around the world about how to achieve those very important and shared goals that we all have. Thank you. So I now can take some of your questions.
이어서 포먼
So as you mentioned, we will have a Q&A session right away.
We'll have a Q&A session for 20 minutes with Professor Foreman. 질문 있으신 분은 손을 들어주시면
If you have any question, please raise your hand and the mic runners will get to you.
네, 질문 하나 드리고 싶습니다.
I have a question to you. Great to see you, Professor. Thank you for your lecture. I'm not sure whether my question is relevant to your keynote speech today, but I want to make one thing out. Since President Trump highlighted America first, that deteriorate the value of free trade. And if the governments try to support the corporate, then the value of free competition might be compromised. Then without compromising that value, how the government can support cooperate and businesses? And also, in the era of post-coronavirus, I think there is a possibility for the America First or nationalism is spreading across the world quickly. Do you believe can we recover the value of free trade after the coronavirus pandemic?
Thank you for that question. It's such an important question. I'm a big believer that economic growth is positive sum. If the United States does well, other countries will benefit. If other countries do well, the United States will benefit. I think that's one of the most important insights of economics. Part of how that happens is through trade. Trade only happens if both sides want to do it, and thus both sides are made better off by it. I don't mind the language of America first. If it was genuinely about making America a better place, that would help Americans and it would help people around the world. What worries me is the policies that are pursued in the name of America first are not putting America first. In fact, they're hurting America. If you want to help America, you would let in more immigrants. You would let in more talented, innovative immigrants who are critical to productivity growth and innovation. You'd let in more workers to do jobs that are critical throughout our economy. If you wanted America to be first, you'd want our supply chains to be spread throughout the world. You'd want us to be exporting and importing from countries around the world. You'd want us to be engaged in a multilateral way to resolve our disputes. I think all of those are the way you would make America, maybe not first, but make America better and make other countries as well. And so I think the limits on immigration, the limits on trade are actually going to make America poor and hurt us and hurt our partners. When I look forward, I see, if President Trump is reelected, we'll continue that set of policies. If President Biden, if Vice President Biden wins the presidency, I think we'll see a change. Continue to see the United States being very tough on China. There's bipartisan concern about China and the United States, but you see it done more together with allies, more following global rules, more using global institutions to pursue what I think of as a number of different legitimate complaints with China. I think outside of China, you would see a much more cooperative United States. That's what I expect. I'm not an advisor to Biden and not speaking on his behalf, but that's what I would expect.
Is there any other question? Please raise your hand if you have a question. Thank you for your lecture. I have a question. In order to overcome COVID-19, government should not spare efforts to provide loan facilities to businesses. But except the US, a key currency economy, the governments cannot print out money and the revenue of the governments are limited. So there must be some targets of companies that receive the benefits. So I think there should be a priority. So what is, in your view, the criteria and priority to give government support to businesses to overcome the COVID-19?
So I think the most important priority is helping people so that they are less affected. And if you do a good job of helping people, that puts your overall economy in better shape. So giving money to workers who lost their jobs, giving just cash transfers to all households, that's been how we kept disposable personal income up. That's how consumption has made a V-shaped recovery, and that helps more businesses reopen and offer and create jobs. I think for businesses, the most important thing is stabilizing the overall financial market, which is something that central banks have done quite well, and then lending programs. Maybe the lending programs are on good terms, generous terms, so that you can afford to take out a loan. But the biggest issue with businesses is you want ones that have a liquidity problem to be able to get through it, but you don't want to permanently keep a business going if the business is no longer going to be a viable business. So I think grants to households, loans to businesses, and then the tougher thing is that's the policy response immediately in the wake of COVID. What do you do 1, 2, 3, 4 years later? If I'm right that the supply shock, the liquidity crisis, and the reallocation shock, if all of those, the solvency, sorry, supply, solvency, and reallocation, if all of those are continuing to be a challenge in the economy, how do you rebuild over a 5-year period of time, get your unemployment rate back, get businesses created? I don't have a great answer to that. I think certainly public investment can play a role. Education, training programs can play a role. Unfortunately, there may not actually be a full solution to how to rebuild the economy, but that's better than preventing the damage from happening in the first place.
I really appreciate Professor Foreman for making such a wonderful speech despite the time difference. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Professor Foreman. I hope to see you again in the future. Have a great night.
Okay, thank you so much. Great joining you.
다음은 오늘 포럼의 첫 번째
Next will be the first lecture. Professor Thomas Philippon of New York University will join us online. Professor Philippon published a book titled The Great Reversal, and he has gotten a lot of attention from these academic circles. He's a young academist, and he will talk about the future of the capitalism after COVID-19.
is Professor Philippon from New York. How are you, Professor Philippon?
Good morning. Everything is good here.
It's such a great honor to have you here today. I express warm and deep gratitude. Would you please give us a speech for 30 minutes from 9 to 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time? Let's welcome Professor Philippon with a big round of applause.
Okay. Thank you. So the screen is good?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I had the pleasure to listen to my friend Jason Foreman just before, and it's not surprising, but we agree on many issues. And also his talk was a great survey of all the challenges that we are facing together. And I'm going to dive a bit more deeply into some of them. So my plan is to give you the talk in two parts. So the first part is the world before COVID, and then the second part is going to be thinking about the risks and opportunities created by the COVID crisis. So I'm mostly going to spend time talking about the US and Europe because these are the places I know better. And I'll just mention topics that are definitely relevant for Asian economies. So before COVID, I think that we had already some issues in the world economy that played out sometimes in the same way in different countries, sometimes differently in different countries. So if you look at the US, what you see is rising concentration in inequality, which create challenges for the US economy, for US households, for US regulators. But on the other hand, the US was, remains, and will remain, as far as the eye can see, the leader in digital innovation. If I look at Europe, it's a little bit the opposite to some extent. I think Europe made great progress in market regulation. We went from very heavy state interventions in many markets to a much more free market within Europe. We also managed to contain inequality to a large extent. But we have challenges in terms of innovation, and in particular when it comes to AI and internet platforms. So in that sense, Europe and the US, although they are very similar in many respects, started from somewhat opposite sides of the issues. And Asia globally was, of course, the engine of growth for the world economy. Growth was fast. Growth was also relatively steady, actually. So there was not just that the Asian region was pulling the world economy; it was pulling it at a relatively steady pace. So it was a source of growth and a source of stability as well. But of course, most Asian countries, either directly or indirectly, are exposed to rising tensions between the US and China. So in my mind, these were three important features of the world before COVID. So in the second half of the talk, I'm going to think about how COVID might change these issues. If you go from the issue of concentration first, the mechanical effect of COVID is going to be very bad. It's clearly going to lead to more concentration of corporate power. There is much we can do to avoid a very bad outcome, but clearly the natural tendency will be to reinforce some of the trends we saw earlier. In terms of trade, the big danger post-COVID is going to be a return of nationalism and protectionism. And then the big question mark going forward, in my mind at least, or one of the big question marks, is whether we're finally going to get more out of the digital economy than we're getting so far. That's true for productivity. It might also be true for trade. So we'll think a little bit about that. So let's start by taking stock of what was happening before COVID. So much of what I'm going to show now is based on the book I published with Harvard last year. So I'm going to look at the US and then I'm going to look at Europe. So let's start with the US. So this is a picture which is very similar to actually some of the work that Jason Furman did when he was at the CEA under President Obama. Here we simply look at concentration in US industries. So I plotted here the average change in concentration within the manufacturing sector and within the non-manufacturing sector. So within manufacturing, you take fairly granular number of industries, maybe like 100 or something like that. And then for each of them, you just look at the top 8 firms and you look at the market share of the top 8 firms. And this plots the average increase or the average difference over time in the market share of the top 8 firms. So what you see is that both in manufacturing and in non-manufacturing, the top 8 firms have gained market share. In the case of, say, non-manufacturing, it's about 8 percentage points from starting from a baseline of something like 0.2, 0.3. So, went up by about a quarter. So if you want to keep a number in mind, you can think that if you had a typical industry where you have 5 large firms playing in that industry 20 years ago, then on average, today you would have only 4 firms remaining. Okay, so roughly speaking, that's what happened on average across most industries in the US, from like something like 5 down to 4 big firms. Now, of course, it's not true in every industry. There's lots of heterogeneity, but that's give you a sense. So it's not like the end of competition in all industries, but it's a very significant change. Now, the reason that this is an interesting and complicated topic, of course, is that there is no simple way to think of whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Concentration itself could be good or bad. So to illustrate, I'm going to tell you a good concentration story and illustrate with Walmart, and then I'll tell you a bad one, and I'm going to illustrate with the US telecom industry. So good concentration, when does that happen? Well, pretty mechanically, if you think about concentration, it could just be that you have one big firm dominating, already like the market leader. And that firm happened to innovate even faster than everybody else. So it was already number one, and it's just going to pull ahead even further. So the market share of the leader is going to expand because the leader is just getting better. So that's going to look like increasing concentration. But of course, the only reason it's happening is because the leader is just delivering higher productivity growth, better product, or lower prices, and typically all of them together. So that's good news, right? So typically, when you see these good concentration dynamics, you see lower prices, higher productivity. In recent years, it's almost always linked to high intangible investment. And we've seen that happening in many industries. Retail and wholesale trade are a good example. And on the right, you see the expansion of Walmart in the US. So Walmart back in the 70s was essentially, it was very small. So the market share is measured on the right. It was essentially zero. It went up to 60%, right? From 0 to 60%. That's a huge increase in market share. It's an amazing expansion. But the thing that's striking here in green, I plot the profit margin. What's very striking is that the profit margin of Walmart during that expansion was flat, if anything, slightly falling. What that means, if you think about it, it means that every 1% increase in productivity that Walmart achieved was passed on as a 1% decline in prices for consumers. Now, of course, this is not to say that Walmart's expansion was not disruptive. It was highly disruptive. They put a lot of other business out of business. They led to bankruptcy. You might argue that their labor practices were not great. All of that is fair game. But at the very least, you have to admit that they led to really good outcomes for consumers. And as economists, that's a very important part of what we do. And I think that's why we call that good concentration. Now, bad concentration is when you don't see any of this. So you still see dominant firms becoming more dominant, but instead of having low prices and high productivity, you have high prices and low productivity and high profit margins. So this is typically what we see in the telecom, airlines, and healthcare industry in the US. And just as an illustration, let's look at the telecom industry. So here you have the markup in green and the concentration in red. So you see the markup going up by something like 30 or 40%. It's a huge increase in markups. And at the same time, of course, as concentration is going up by about 20 or 30%. So a huge increase in markup, a huge increase in concentration. Now, I'm sure many of you have traveled to the US. It is not the case that telecom quality for household is higher in the US. It's just higher prices. And just to drive the point home, this is a really simple comparison. This is just asking the question, how much do households pay on average to get fast internet services at home, right? So the cost of broadband, the monthly cost, so each month, the cost of getting a broadband connection into your home. And every advanced economy in the world is in the range of $30 to $40 per month. Okay, so I just, this is the slides from my book. So you see France, South Korea, Germany, and pretty much the UK would be in the same ballpark. Everybody is in that range. The US is twice more expensive as anybody else. Okay? So US consumers are paying a very high price because they don't have a choice for their broadband connections, and they are getting ripped off by their internet providers. That's pretty much as simple as that. Now, what is more interesting is that it used to be the opposite. And my book is called The Great Reversal, precisely because of that reason. I came to the US 20 years ago when France was expensive and the US was cheap. It was much cheaper to get an internet connection in the US 20 years ago than in France 20 years ago. And today it's reversed, okay? So clearly something drastic has changed in the US, at least for that industry over the past 20 years. Similarly, things have changed in Europe, but in the right direction, okay? So in Europe, we started from an economy where the markets were not very free. There were many restrictions to entry and operations. It was very hard for businesses to start. And then in the 1990s, we created a single market, of course, as you know. And at the same time, we looked around, and in particular, we looked up to the US for a model of how you regulate an economy correctly. And the US at the time was, of course, pushing very hard the idea of free markets. And so Europeans were, in large part, influenced by these ideas, not just the Europeans, but the Europeans in particular. And as you can see, between the mid-90s and mid-2000s, Europe went through a very large number of product market reforms, essentially on average, one major reform per country per year. And these reforms aimed at removing barriers to competition. So, for instance, this is how France became cheaper than the US in terms of telecom services. So this is simply the relative price of communication services in France relative to the US. This is data from the World Bank and the International Comparison of Prices. So France used to be 15% more expensive than the US. And then something happened in 2011. And then 2 years later, France was almost 30% cheaper. And now France is 50% cheaper. So what happened in 2011? Well, clearly, it was not a drastic change in technology because by and large, we use the same headset. I mean, we use the same Androids or the same iPhones. But the technology for connection is also quite similar. What changed is competition. France used to have 3 internet providers. And it was a classic oligopoly charging high prices. And then there was an entrant who wanted to come and compete with the incumbents. But essentially, under pretty heavy lobbying by existing oligopolies, the new entrant didn't get a license until 2011, when finally Free Mobile got a license, entered the market, cut prices by half, right? So not like 10%, 20%, half. They entered at half the price of the incumbents and forced all the prices downwards. And that's how France became one of the best countries in the world to get a cell phone or an internet connection in your home. So that, I think, is at least one view of what was going on before COVID. The US had experienced 20 years of rising concentration, markups, and corporate profits. That was especially true in transport, telecom, and energy and healthcare, where if you compare what people pay here in the US to pretty much every advanced economy in the world, you find that US consumers pay higher prices. On the other hand, of course, US was also the home of many of the leading internet firms, extremely successful and innovative. Europe was kind of the other way, right? So for 20 years, we actually improved competition in many sectors. So people can move around. The airlines are cheaper. Everything is cheaper in terms of transportation. Telecom, amazingly cheaper. Energy sector, retail, all of that was actually becoming more consumer friendly. But Europe was lagging in the internet sector. Okay, then came COVID. So the question is, what is COVID going to do to all of these trends? So let's start with concentration. Well, obviously, as soon as COVID started, the government realized that the first potential victims of COVID would be small firms. Okay, so if you look around the world at essentially all of the programs that were put in place to protect firms against the COVID crisis, they all included very large programs in favor of small and medium-sized enterprises. So credit facilities, lending program for small firms, all of them in the UK, Germany, France, and in Korea, as we heard earlier this morning, and also in the US. So governments were on top of that in terms of awareness, at least. The big unknown is whether that's going to be enough or not. And that's where we don't know yet, but I think there is one important feature that we already see coming, which is that we're going to have very, very unequal outcomes across firms. There were 2 studies that were published this morning, actually, in the US, looking at how small firms are coping with COVID. And it turns out that, but of course, as we expect, it's on average, it's a negative shock. So on average, it's bad for business. But the most striking fact in the data is not so much that it's bad on average, it's that it's amazingly dispersed. And if you go to one extreme, you look at venture capital-backed firms. Okay, so it's a very small subset, very specific sample, typically of high-tech firms that are almost all digital from the get-go. These firms are actually doing pretty well. In fact, if you ask venture capitalists about their portfolio companies, they say that more than half of their investments are, either positively affected or unaffected by the pandemic. Now, positively affected, that might sound surprising, but it's not, because many of them are digital service companies, and in fact, their demand for their services has gone up. So they are doing extremely well. And for them, working from home is not a problem. And among these VC-backed firms, only 10% were severely negatively affected. Okay, so it doesn't look too bad. On the other hand, we had another really good paper that used a huge survey in the late spring using Facebook data. So you could reach a huge number of small companies, including companies that were going out of business. So it's not a fully representative cross-section of US businesses, but it's actually close to what you would get from census data. And there, the picture is very different. The picture in the big survey is that more than 60% of businesses lost, had a negative shock to their demand. And on average, for these 60% who had a negative shock, the shock was huge. They lost half of their business. They are all struggling to pay bills, rents, wages. If they have already outstanding debts, they're also struggling to pay back their debt. Many of them don't have access to a credit line, so they have to rely on personal savings to go through. When the survey was conducted, only slightly more than half expected to be able to survive another 6 months of lockdown. Okay, which is why if the lockdown comes back, it's going to be a bloodbath for SMEs. Okay, so that's, I think, is a very important impact of COVID. It's going to create very large inequality in performance between firms that can quickly adapt to the digital economy and firms, perhaps because of their business model, who simply cannot do it as quickly. What about the other? So I was talking about small firms. Now let's go all the way to the other side, the huge firms. What happened to them? Something interesting as well is happening there. So that's a market where the common wisdom was completely wrong, as I show in my book. But it turns out that things are changing in an interesting way. So if you read the press, and I'm talking about pre-COVID now, you got the feeling that really Amazon and Google and Facebook were totally unprecedented companies. Like the fact that they were so big and profitable is something we had never seen before. And that was just completely wrong. It was just utterly complete nonsense. If you look at the history of the United States, at any point in time, you have very dominant firms who are doing extremely well almost all the time because they are very good companies, very innovative. And they are always very big because of that. And they're always very rich and profitable. And on top of it, quantitatively, they look very similar like the Amazon and Facebook, Googles of today. So formally, here you see on this graph is the market share, the equity market share of the top 5 firms, right? So take the whole stock market in the US, take the top 5 firms by market value, and ask how much of the total value of the stock market is just in these 5 firms. And the answer is 10%. And it's been 10% for 40 years, okay? Up to February this year. Okay, so from like the 1970s until early 2020 or late 2019, roughly speaking, the top 5 firms were 10% of the market. And then COVID happens, and now it's close to 20%. Now there's been as you've seen in the press, there's been a bit of a market correction recently. So maybe now it's not 20, maybe it's 18 or 17. It's still huge. Okay, so that's a very significant change. So now it is true for the first time in post-war period that we have 5 firms who really dominate the market in a way which we haven't seen at least in, say, 40 or 50 years. So that's a new phenomenon, and that's totally driven by COVID. Okay, so I think my takeaway from that is that the issue of COVID is going to create extremely large inequality among businesses. Which brings us to the digital economy. So now, whether you're going to be pessimistic about that or not depends a lot on your view on the digital economy. And as Jason Furman explained earlier, that's where we economists are very puzzled. In fact, I think that's the most interesting and puzzling debate in economics today, certainly the most important one, which is we simply don't understand why productivity growth is so slow. right? So if you read the press, if you go to travel to California or Boston, or even New York, actually, you hear everywhere stories about innovation being amazingly fast, about artificial intelligence, new startups, and VCs being very excited by all these new ideas. And you say, great. And then you go back home, you look at the numbers and like, okay, but why is the economy not growing then? Like, we don't see productivity growth. Okay, so there's this gap between the perception of innovation being quick and amazingly, vibrant, and the data that just doesn't bear this idea. We don't see high productivity growth. And of course, that's the main point that was made in a great book by Bob Gordon. We still don't know what the true answer is. Essentially, people who are optimistic about technology argue that, wait, you haven't seen it yet. Just wait. Okay, so they say all of these AI inventions, it's just going to take time for them to materialize into high productivity goals. So just be patient. And Bob Gordon is saying, no, I don't think so. I don't think so, because none of these ideas are going to be as important as electricity or the combustion engine, or even like washing machines or air conditioning. So my view is, of course, we don't know, but I think it's fair to say that we are going to know faster than we thought, because COVID is making the transition to the digital economy much, much faster. Okay. And many businesses that did not fully embrace the digital model, now they don't have a choice. So we're going to see. And so my view is that if within the next 2 years, that is 2022, 2023, if within these 2 years we don't see a significant pickup in productivity growth, then I think it will show that Bob Gordon was right. If we do see productivity growth, then we're all going to be very happy. So let me conclude with the main risks then. I think we've seen where we started from. We've seen the main challenges created by COVID. So what are the risks going forward? Just going to try to explain the risk regions by regions. Let's start with Europe. In Europe, I think that the danger is that we're going to abandon the policies that were quite successful in the past 20 years at improving both competition and also consumer welfare. So there is always a danger of coming back to policies that favor national champions, closing the borders. And I think that would be a real pity. And these risks are going to be amplified by the fear of being left out of the internet platform game, essentially squeezed between the two dominant players in China and the US. So that, I think, is the main issue. I think there is a solution to that, which is to have a clear separation between trade policy and competition policy. And it's okay to be a bit more aggressive on the trade side, but keeping the free market at home. Whether that's going to be the outcome in Europe or not, nobody knows. In the US, the risks are pretty, there are many risks at many levels, but the ones that matter most for the world economy in the short term are going to be a bit like in Europe, a return to protectionism and the abandonment of the free trade ideal. But of course, with the added issue that the US used to be the champion of these values, and then without the US as a champion, these values are going to have a hard time persisting or surviving. And this is going to happen in the context of escalating tensions with China. And there, as I'm sure you're all aware, I just want to reemphasize the point Jason Furman made earlier. This has become a bipartisan issue. In fact, there are very few bipartisan issues in the US now. Republicans and Democrats essentially agree on nothing. But that's one of the few things they agree on today, which is that the policy toward China needs to be more assertive. So irrespective of who wins, the tension with China are likely to remain. Now, they would play out differently under two different administrations, but the underlying tension is unlikely to disappear. What are the hopes? Well, I think the hopes in this global economy is also a little bit linked to the hopes I highlighted for productivity growth. For productivity growth, we are really hoping for digital services or for the digital economy in general to deliver finally. If you think about trade, the question is, can we have a meaningful increase in trade in services, right? If you look at the consumption pattern of households in rich countries, goods have become only 20% perhaps of what people buy. Okay, so most of what we buy are not like physical goods. So, if trade is really focused on physical goods, there's just so much it's going to be able to do, right? Because that's not what we care about the most today. We have enough, many people in rich countries have enough material goods, and they care about other types of goods and services. But these services are harder to trade across borders. Now, that was very true pre-COVID. The question is whether that's still going to be true post-COVID. And that's a question mark, because many things we thought would not happen within the next 5 or 10 years happened within the last 6 months because we had to. They might, I think many businesses that thought it would be difficult to operate without physical contact discovered that it's perfectly fine. There's tons of stuff you do online directly without ever meeting physically. And so whether that's going to translate to, remote medicine, the provision of personal services tailored to individual directly over the internet, media and entertainment, is there going to be a broad Zoom effect in trade? It's an open question, but that's one of the hope for the future. So to conclude with just this chart from Korea, just to reiterate what Jason said earlier, the amazing performance of the Korean economy. This is compared to here the US and Europe. You can see on this graph the fast and steady growth in Korea, and the fact that at least over the first 2 semesters of the COVID crisis, Korea has been doing extremely well, both in terms of containing the virus, and then in part thanks to its efficient healthcare response in having a much smaller recession than most other rich countries. So that's, I think, is the good news. The risk, of course, is that Korea is an open economy, very much plugged into the world economy, and so it's sensitive to global tensions, which means that it has a vested interest in making sure that some of the risks I highlighted in the previous slide do not materialize. And I hope and expect that Korea will remain one of the leading nations driving the economy towards trade and peace as opposed to global tensions. Thank you very much.
Professor Philippon, thank you so much for giving us such a great speech. Please put your hands together for Professor Philippon.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Professor Philippon. I hope to see you again in the future. Have a great night.
Thank you. Good night. Good day for you.
지금부터 10분.
So from now on, we'd like to have a 10-minute break. During the second session will begin 10:35. We will resume very soon. Thank you.
네.
끝나면은 약간의 조금의 멘트를 조금만 더 해주시고 네, 어려우실 건 알겠는데 이게 저희가 시스템적으로 들어가려면 조금 텀을 줘야 되거든요. 네.
질문을 더 하라고 할까요?
사실 질문이 2개로는 20분 안 되고 한 3개, 4개 정도 해주시면 될 것 같아요. 그게 가격이랑 확인을 해봐야 될 것 같아요. 3개 정도 해도 괜찮을 것 같아요.
아, 질문을 잘랐거든요. 원래 더 있었는데.
그래요? 방금도 2개 했는데도 10분 정도 걸렸거든요.
아, 그러면 제가 말씀드릴게요.
심수학 상무.
잠시 후 10시
From 10:40, we will resume the Herald Business Forum 2020. The second session will begin very soon, so please make your way into the event hall and be seated.
아,
안내 말씀드립니다.
May I have your attention, please? We will begin the second session of Herald Business Forum 2020 from 10:40. So please come into the event hall and have your seats.
자, 이제
Let's resume the second session. The second session is largely about the untact and non-face-to-face industry that is emerging after the COVID-19 outbreak. Out of many, regarding the e-commerce platform, Lotte e-commerce will make a presentation. Please welcome Shim Jun-hyuk, Director of Lotte e-commerce Search and Discovery Division. Please welcome him. Hello, everyone. I am responsible for Lotte e-commerce. My name, again, Shim Jun-hyuk. On the occasion of Herald Business Forum 2020, thank you for inviting me, and also great to see you all participants on and offline. Today, I'd like to talk about the omni-channel of a Lotte Group, which is Lotte On. By introducing that, I'd like to talk about evolving e-commerce platform. Today, I'd like to have 4 topics. I will introduce myself quickly, and then I will look into the how Korean online market have changed, and then I will introduce you to Lotte On, and I will wrap it up with a conclusion. For the last 2 decades, I have been working in IT, large corporations and startups, and I have been responsible for IT technologies and business operations. Currently, I am working as the director at the Lotte Shopping Lotte On Search and Discovery Division. Under my division, there are largely 12 different subcategories from search, chatbot, customization, recommendation, and DevOps and technologies. These are all my responsibility. In the era of untact, Korean online market have been changed. How do you think it has been changed? Because of the coronaviruses, the logistical and the retail markets of Korea have been hit hardest. The market itself has increased by 1.6%. However, behind the numbers, offline market have been reduced by more than 5%, and online have been increased by a whopping 16% in a year. Because of that, in the first half of this year, online retail market share or penetration has increased to 37%, which means then when Korean customers buy products, 2 out of 5 they go online to buy something. And as you can see on the right side, compared to the first half of this year, food and living, and in particular food delivery services, are quickly growing. As I mentioned earlier, let me just to deep dive into the areas that are showing the largest growth. The early morning delivery market has launched in 2017. Since then, it has grown double digit. It's largely the newcomers. They are not the larger corporation. The market currently is the market leader. The graph in the middle is showing the home meal replacement or HMR. The market size was 3.8 trillion won in 2017, but it has increased almost double, and their penetration has increased from 13% to 40%. They are making very quick growth as well. Just like China and Japan, in recent 3 years, food delivery services have been quickly developed in Korea, and 배달의 민족, who has 9.82 million MAU, is leading the market. Because of the COVID-19, Korean retail market are seeing huge changes. In particular, the senior generations who familiar with offline market, as they cannot go out largely, they are going into the online. Compared to the last year, let me just to show you how much customer increase by the ages. It's largely based on Lotte own platform. The silver generation, who is aged 60 or older, have been largely moving onto the online. This is largely about Korean market, Naver, Coupang, auction, and largely they are using the shopping big players, and the shopping big players have witnessed big increase in the introduction and attraction of the silver generations. Befitting to this trend, larger players trying to attract more senior customers by having some specified and exclusive senior-only services. In the era of untact, the offline retail large companies are kind of sandwiched between startups and global large corporations, and they need to make some changes and evolution. I need to be very honest with that. First of all, as you can see, Walmart, Target, Best Buy, in-time department stores, the large global offline corporations in USA and China has started their transitions from 4 to 5 years ago. They try to transit from offline to online. They are very quick and they are very sensitive to responding to the market demands and market changes. Getting away from their existing the strategies, they try to achieve something new. They focus more on daily order and online delivery on the same day, regardless of on and offline sales. They focus on the practical and tangible values. In particular, after the coronaviruses, they offer some pickup services. After the customers just place an order online, the customers can pick the product right away at the doorsteps of that offline stores. The in-time department store, an affiliate of Alibaba, their sales about 7 trillion won, and it's pretty big. After the coronaviruses in the February of this year, they shut down the offline department store, and at the same time, they are having the live streams on Taobao. About 5,000 store employees have engaged in the online streaming, and in 3 months, their sales have been recovered to the level they achieved a year before. So it was a very innovative result and approach. At the same time, the Korean large retail market failed to respond to the market changes. As a result, they failed to survive in this time of era. As you can see here, the first quarter of this year, the operating profit of Korean largest the retail company have dropped. Lotte Group also losing operating profit by 98.5%. There are 3 big reasons behind it. First, they are very slow to make a decision and their investment is redundant. There's a lot of limitations for the large corporation to make innovations in the digital platform, and they are facing the very fierce external competition, but at the same time, they have to go through the internal competition. Even though the same product are being sold on the Lotte affiliates, depending on the affiliates, the prices are very different. That confuses our customers. And last but not least, the company are very slow to respond to the market changes and new BM. Brands like Nike, Dassault, and Adidas are expanding D2C model, but the large retail corporation failed to catch up with that new trend. So Lotte Group last April 28th launched the integrated platform Lotte On, which is a trigger of a huge change. It has 3 strategies. The first is that the Lotte has largest offline asset and delivery hub. They're gonna make most of them. And the second is that by using the on and offline data, we can use them for the offline stores and to strengthen the customized services. And third is that we can integrate on and offlines for increasing customers' conveniences. 5 months have passed since we launched that, and compare the timeline, the daily sales has increased 3 times, So the platform and the actual sales have been very stabilized, but still there is a long way to go. So far, the most frequently listened the feedback that we are receiving from the media and customer is that it's too much for the large corporation to achieve e-commerce integration at one try. In fact, market showed us cold shoulders to our changes. And Lotte responded that we are the first comer in the offline, but we are the latecomer in the offline, and we accept and recognize that fact. And we try to accept the opinions of customers and market, and based on that, we try to make an improvement. In fact, we try to go to the basics, and we are looking at what we are having in the on and offline businesses, and we integrate on and offline data. Based on that, we can expand the customized services and link on and offline services and provide better benefits for our customers. As you can see on the screen, we are still having 39 million customers, and we are having 15,000 offline stores, and there, every day, 3 million visit them, and they buy more than 5 million different products. Every week, our sales about 1 trillion won, and that is happening at on and offline. And now, instead of the sales and product data that have been managed separately by affiliates that are integrated on our Lotte-owned platform. And recently, logistics, sourcing, and the CS are also integrated, and the customer data are just started to be integrated. The commonalities for the successful companies in the era of DT, the key success factor is the data and internalize such data. One of the digital innovation company is Hyundai Credit Card. They announced that they are not anymore a credit company, but the data company. They are building a business model based on the data. In the global market, Domino Pizza consider themselves as not anymore a pizza company, but a big data company, and their case is considered as one of the best practices. Likewise, Lotte On is trying to working as a on and offline convergence data platform, and the content data that I'd like to show you afterwards are the services that are applied and implemented one by one. Customization, recommendation searching, digital marketing, and real-time purchasement trend analysis and omni-channel service, live streaming, and digital fulfillment store, smart fitting, and dynamic pricings are some of them. Many companies and many sellers try to understand what benefit we can get at Lotte On instead of Coupang. Coupang provide cheaper, quicker, and diverse services. Their benchmarking model is Amazon. Compared to the Coupang, we are latecomer. We have many things to improve, but we can strengthen our strengths and improve our weaknesses. As you can see on the right diagram, we try to provide customized services to our customer anytime, anywhere, based on the data. We have a lot of assets, and by using that, we can source on and offline simultaneously. We can do some live marketing for on and offline. By creating virtuous cycle, we can achieve more, and that virtuous cycle is largely based on customers' behavior data and product data. After the launching Lotte On, we try to integrate the customer accounts And we also try to integrate to traffics of the customer on different affiliates. The most important thing is that we can secure and check the data numbers and to secure more data. As you can see here, the traffic between Lotte online malls have increased by more than 10 times. It has been one of the biggest achievements that we have. Through this project, we are quicker to respond to the product requests, which are more than 10 trillion, and we also build our own searching system. 7 different affiliates and 30,000 open market sellers are uploaded a lot of product. Based on that, they are providing customized recommendation service. We are keep sophisticating such services. Searching engine and searching log analysis and log-based ranking system, all of them are developed by ourselves, and we are keep developing them further. As of today, for the customers who agree to share the informations, we analyze the service history and the product purchasement history. Based on that, we analyze their patterns and tastes and offering customized recommendation services. As the on and offline data are converged, the brand and category preferred by the customer, and that is linked to other recommendation services as well. For using data between different affiliates, we need to do some standardization of the data. In cooperation with the Lotte information, Offshore Digitizing Center has been operation. By doing so, we can help customers to find and search the result sooner and quicker. That is enabled thanks to the categorizing services. That services make display and matching services automatically. As shown on the right images, these images and this service is very streamlined and easy to understand compared to the other companies' services. Lotte-On is making cooperation with offline stores to provide omni-channel recommendation. A couple of stores can help customers turn on the QR code in the offline store. Then the QR code provides some guide to have better shopping experiences, and it's expanding to many more stores. It's not only the shopping guide, but ultimately shows some brand and prices preferred by customers around the store. So that is also helping us sourcing the right product for the right customer and displaying accordingly. On Lotte-On, the sales data on on and offline stores and customer data are analyzed in real time. Based on that, we are providing the best product and best services. And that data linked to the product information in on and offline. So the offline shows what is the most popular products in the offline stores. Within the Lotte-On, we can use dynamic pricing system. It is to control the prices dynamically. In the past, MDs manually control the prices within the limited number of products. It's not easy to adjust the prices. But thanks to these new prices, they are able to control the prices very dynamically. We also cooperated with neighbor price comparison services. We can compare the pricing on our platform and the other prices on the other platform. The prices for the very popular products can be cut down, and also sellers can get in. And some even the product that never been sold. So all the products have been analyzed and set the right prices for the product, and that's lead to promoting more sales on that. In fact, that dynamic pricing system is not only about the prices, but also can be used on and offline simultaneously. So it is very helpful to planning some promotion activities. Simply speaking, when people are buying the same product two units or 60 units, then we can provide a better promotion or discount to services, discount to benefits. And based on that, we can also recommend some other product that might be loved by that customers. The ultimate goal of dynamic pricing system is that we are understanding the shopping understanding of customers who are having multi-persona and provide better information and guide for them. When a customer buy diapers, they have to check that and they have to bring it by themselves. But sometimes these days, they do not want to bring them. And while they are doing some online shopping, they just move to the other online shopping mall to buy and deliver that diapers. So while they are doing some offline shopping, they go to the online. Then instead of that, Lotte Mall and Lotte On encourage people who are having the online shopping to go on the same online platform to deliver it for their convenience. To the interest of time, the contents that I'd like to introduce from now on, I will be very brief and quick. In the era of Untact, we are also having very active live streaming. It is the best way to connect offline and online. And so we are put a lot of focus on live commerce. We just began that, and the daily sales is about 100 million won. So we are growing this part aggressively. At the same time, the quick delivery services will be piloted in many different ways. We try to achieve 1 hour deliveries. By doing so, we can connect online and offline. Upon the launching of the Lotte On, we launched and developed the Style On, which is also our development. Every day, more than 70,000 customers are using it, and it creates new sales that was non-existent before. As you can see, it recommends similar or some matching products that you are watching. So it can expand the searching and encourage people to buy additionally. The machine learning technologies will be actively used for the future to provide more competitive services. At the same time, it can be utilized on and offline simultaneously. Compared to the other companies, Lotte is putting importance on membership, which is differentiation of our company. As of today, the online services of the past cannot allow customers to try some on. For the paid membership, Lotte On is about to offer smart fitting service. At the department store, there are some smart fitting stores. We are having a lot of tests there. Customers can order product online and they can check the product on the smart fitting stores in Lotte department store. They can try that on, they can change the size, or they can cancel the order as well. So it's really on customer side. It's providing new shopping experiences for customers' convenience. Last but not least, the Lotte own is even taking care of the products that have been bought by our customers. We consider their residual value and the second-hand trade. That's our ultimate goal. So we are keep preparing for the new business model. So let me wrap it up with a conclusion. As I explained before, in the era of changes, all companies should find some strategies to make it. Even though we are the latecomer of e-commerce, the changes that we are making on Lotte Own largely start from platform and data. Lotte Own will learn a lot from competitors and global companies, and we will develop it further for our business model. And by doing so, we want to be a successful all-for-one company. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shim. Please give him a big round of applause for his wonderful lecture. Next, turning to travel industry, many people are missing traveling experiences. When can we travel freely? And will those days come back anyway? Travel agents go out of business? So to answer these questions, we have Mr. Mike Orgill, Director of Public Policy of Asia Pacific at Airbnb. Hello.
Hi, good morning, everybody. First of all, my apologies for not being able to be with you. Obviously, I will be speaking about a topic that is near and dear to my heart, which is the challenges and opportunities for the travel industry. I might be a good example of somebody who's been affected by both the challenges and the opportunities myself. Ordinarily, I would be thrilled to be with all of you there in Korea, but because of the circumstances we find ourselves in today, you're going to have to deal with me remotely here in Singapore. Airbnb and the travel industry are certainly not the only industries that have been affected by the global pandemic. We know that companies and businesses worldwide have been affected, and that impact really comes down to individuals at their local businesses and even people in their personal lives who are having to deal with different circumstances every single day. But the travel and tourism industry has really been reliant on the global and free movement of people around the world, and has been one of those industries that has been most affected by the global pandemic. We know that more than 16,000 passenger jets worldwide have been grounded and are not able to fly. We know that international tourist numbers are down 95% in June and 65% in the first part of 2020. This is unprecedented. We've not seen a decline like this for a very, very long time. In fact, not since the 1950s have we seen a decline in global travel that looks anything like this. As the pandemic was really sort of coming to the fore globally in sort of April and May, the UN World Tourism Organization, or the UNWTO, outlined a couple of different scenarios which would sort of see travel plummet and then rebound in some way, shape, or form. There was the optimistic scenario, which is that blue line, where you would see travel start to recover and nearly get to where it was by December. You have the more pessimistic scenario, which is that travel would basically decline, would have just the most modest of upticks. And then in the middle, you have that green line. Fortunately for us, the green line is probably the most accurate trend that we've seen around the world now. So there is some cause for hope, but we are far, far from where we used to be as a global travel industry. On the flip side, there is this innate human desire for travel. At the end of the day, we want to feel like we're able to belong in different places. We have this desire to explore. We have this desire to connect with other humans around the world. And despite the global pandemic, we see that desire still remains. And I imagine many of you feel the same way. When the pandemic first kicked off, we had a product that we call Experiences. Now, Airbnb Experiences is a product which allows you to interact with a local in their community and to really learn something about them in a unique way. But when travel stopped and we stopped meeting with each other in person, we went on to launch what we called online experiences. Now, online experiences is sort of the same thing, but we put it online. And what it does is it allows you to interact with somebody from a different culture, from a different society, and learn something new while staying at home. I know that this is something that was very valuable for me and my children as we were stuck in a house together with no way to go out or explore. You can see here opportunities to interact with a Broadway star who would sing and would teach you about Broadway. You could explore Prague with a plague doctor. For myself, I was able to explore the townships of Cape Town in South Africa with a human rights activist who was able to explain to me their history, explain to me what apartheid meant, and to show me some of the more interesting parts of South African society, all while I sat at home on my couch. Now, we know that people are interested in this because we've seen a massive increase and a massive growth in the number of seats or the number of experiences that were booked by Airbnb users from around the world. The next thing that we know was really important as we were looking at this recovery is that travelers are now more focused than ever on cleanliness standards. We launched the Airbnb Enhanced Cleaning Protocol, which was a standard that was developed in concert with experts from the US Center for Disease Control, the CDC, and with experts around the world to develop standards that would make sense in the home sharing industry, but given the COVID realities. So what we did was we published these standards for all of our hosts around the world, and hosts in their local language, including in Korea, are able to access these resources through our quick start guide and to read our cleaning handbook on exactly what they need to do in order to make their homes clean and safe, and so that guests have the certainty and the comfort when they're traveling that they will be safe. Now, hosts that commit to the following procedures that we've outlined will receive a special call out on their listing. So you can see this little box here which says Enhanced Clean. And so any guest who's looking for a place that really sort of meets those rigorous and high standard cleaning guidelines are able to see and identify which listings are able to meet those criteria. We've partnered with organizations around the world, particularly government bodies, to ensure that people have the comfort and safety that they need. So in this case, in Korea, we collaborated with the Korea Tourism Organization, the KTO, on an accommodation safety manual, which we worked to distribute to lodging operators and hosts around Korea. And what was interesting about this partnership with the Korea Tourism Organization was actually, it was modeled as one of the world's best public-private cleaning partnerships as COVID took off. It was featured by the World Tourism Organization in their members' newsletter about what a private-public partnership could look like in order to help travelers as they were looking to resume travel. I want to talk a little bit about new travel trends. There's a bunch of things that stay the same. We talked about that innate desire to still travel. We talked about the need for human connection. But there's a couple of sort of new things that are happening in travel that I think are quite interesting that I'll spend some time talking about. The first is the rise of domestic travel. Typically, when we've talked about travel in the past, we've always referred to international travel, and we've thought of that as sort of a key driver in global economies. But what we've seen is that there's quite a bit of pent-up demand for travel. And rather than boarding a flight and traveling to, say, Japan or the Philippines or to the US, we're seeing travelers in Korea, like travelers are anywhere else in the world, looking to take opportunities to explore off the beaten track destinations in their home country. So in Korea, we've seen growth in places like Jeju and Gangwon. In fact, Jeju was one of Airbnb's top 5 most booked destinations worldwide in July. As we look at domestic, we see a rise in road trips and ground transportation, with 50% of bookings going to destinations that are within 300 miles of their hometown. Interestingly, we used to see a lot of travel going to cities. So you would travel to Seoul, you would travel to New York City or Los Angeles or Hong Kong or Bangkok. And now what we're seeing is that travelers are going outside of the cities. So they're traveling to destinations that are more remote, more isolated, more rural. In fact, 2 out of 3 bookings that we see now are outside of cities. We're also seeing that these are quite affordable with a nightly rate of listings. About half the listings were booked at less than $100 per night. And so people are still able to experience the travel that they want at an affordable price, but we're really seeing them shift away from big global destinations to more local and more rural and more domestic destinations. Talking about Korea itself, we've talked about Jeju a little bit, but also places like Gangwon. We're seeing travelers that ordinarily would have gone somewhere else looking nearer to their hometowns to be able to experience something that's a little bit more unique. Now, this trend has driven an increase in bookings, and to give us a sense of optimism. For the first time since March, guests booked 1 million nights in a day as early as July. And so that was, a pretty sort of remarkable milestone in terms of seeing some early signs of recovery in the travel and tourism industry, but obviously just taking a very different form driven by domestic travel. The second trend that we've seen is around family travel. So typically travel will be solo travelers, there'll be a couple traveling, but we're seeing that nights booked on our platform that includes at least one child or infant is up globally more than 50% year on year globally. Now, what this points to is that you have a lot of people who want to travel, and ordinarily travel is quite expensive. And when we travel domestically, it means that we're able to travel with a larger group, or we're able to travel with our family. This also points to the fact that many people are tired of being at home, locked up. And I know that Korea is probably in a different situation than many countries in the world, but today, many people are still isolated at home. They're not able to get out. They're not able to do many activities. In many countries, kids still are not in school. And so the ability for people to actually travel with their children and to be in a space that's a little bit different and to give themselves an opportunity to unwind is incredibly valuable. And we're seeing this as a real trend around the world, is that family travel is fundamentally on the rise. Now, we talked a little bit about the affordability of travel, and we see that travelers are looking for affordable travel as well. We see that 20% of searches made in June for the month of July fell into the $50 to $100 per night price band. So really, despite the fact that there is domestic travel and despite the fact that people are not booking flights in the same way, they still are looking for that affordable travel. And then a couple of fun ones for you. In the month of July, as much of the Northern Hemisphere was experiencing their summer, we saw that pools were the number one top search amenity in July. Making up about a quarter of Airbnb's amenity searches. A couple of sort of close follow ones, pets, people looking to go somewhere with their pets. Wi-Fi, obviously very important for today's modern traveler. Kitchens, and of course, during the summer months, people looking for air conditioning. The next sort of big trend that we're seeing is around unique hosted experiences. So what we mean by hosted experiences is kind of different than what you might think. Typically, when we think of hosted experience, we think that there's going to be somebody that's going to be there in your space, spending time with you. And that's not really what we're talking about. What we're talking about here is unique, curated experiences. So the idea that you're going to have somebody who takes personal time and attention and focuses on the experience that you are having. And so that person might not be in the space with you, might not even be near you, but somebody who knows the place that you're going to be staying, knows where you're going to be going, and is able to create that human connection, even if it's just online, even if it's just giving you those recommendations. I know that when I've traveled, I've personally benefited from hosts who are able to say that, the best restaurant that you should go to is there. Or if you want to go for a stunning hike, you should climb this mountain. And fundamentally, we all benefit from having a local who tells us what really matters. And we're seeing that more and more when we hear from our guests around the world that they really do value that kind of hosted experience where there is that local attention that's given to them. As we look at the types of things that our guests are looking for, if we look at the top wish listed keywords in the last 60 days, we see things like summer, beach, birthday, wedding, honeymoon, anniversary. These are really sort of those intimate family gatherings and events that people are looking for to be able to spend special time with their family and with their friends. Finally, things like getaways and vacations. I think everybody around the world is tired. They have fatigue from the COVID crisis, and so the ability to sort of experience something that feels somewhat normal, away from the mundane of video conferences and wearing masks, and being able to just really be in a space that feels like there's some semblance of normalcy, is incredibly important for travelers around the world. The next thing that we see is really around the importance of cleanliness, safety, and privacy. So we talked about our enhanced cleaning protocol and why that's really important. But here's a little bit more about sort of why that's significant. When we have surveyed travelers around the world, approximately 3 in 4 Airbnb guests would prefer to stay with their families at an Airbnb home than at a hotel. And that might be good for Airbnb, but let me explain why that's the case. The first reason really is that you have your own space. Oftentimes a hotel will have shared elevators, it will have shared amenities, shared spaces around other people. And when travelers are first looking to start traveling, or they're first looking to get out of their homes, they really are concerned around, how do I know that I'm going to be sort of safe and comfortable and I don't have to worry about other people that might or might not have COVID? And an Airbnb home really gives them that sense of security that, I'm here, I'm alone, there's space in between me and others, and I can feel a little bit more comfortable. The second thing that's important here is that the enhanced cleaning protocol has really been embraced by our hosts around the world. In fact, more than 1 million of Airbnb hosts have opted into our enhanced cleaning protocol around the world, which is that step-by-step cleaning guidelines that they follow to ensure that their homes are safe. The next big mega trend that we're seeing is this idea of living anywhere. And this is probably, for me, the most interesting thing that we've seen change over the past, just a couple of months. The first is around long-term stays. People are booking on Airbnb for much longer periods than they used to. So, people are booking for weeks or even months at a time. And there's a couple reasons for this. The first is that people are experiencing the need to get out of their big cities. So I'll give you the example of a couple of friends of mine. They live in the middle of New York City. And all of my friends, we used to think that these people were the coolest. They were the most advanced and modern people, and they had such a cool, exciting, energetic life. But as COVID struck, they were with their small children, and it was no longer cool to be in a big city surrounded by people where there was a massive COVID outbreak. And so what they did was that they found an Airbnb in a suburb that was maybe about an hour drive outside of New York City, which allowed them to be with their family and feel a little bit safer during the course of the pandemic. And we're seeing lots of people that are looking to have those types of experiences where they want to get away, they want to get out, and they want to be able to stay somewhere that is safe for a period of time. The second big part of Live Anywhere is that we see a lot of universities and colleges around the world. They really, many colleges and universities are not yet open around the world. In fact, we're seeing that students who are needing to be somewhat remote, or many classes are canceled, they're renting large houses with their friends to stay for a longer period of time where they can study and live together. A big part of the university in many parts of the world is the ability to have some sort of social interaction with people. And the idea of online classes can be isolating. If you're between the ages of 18 and 24, where most university students are, sitting in a room and just staring at a screen for hours on end with no human interaction can be quite sad and disappointing. And so that's why we've seen many students take to creating a small community that they can share an academic experience within. Finally, sorry, two more. We see working from home at an Airbnb is a really sort of big thing that's taken off. We see that remote working or work vacations or workcations is a large trend, particularly in the U.S. We see that that's tripled in terms of what U.S. guests are looking for. For many employers around the world, their offices are not open, and many of these employers, they don't mind if you're in your home, or they don't mind if you're in another place that happens to be that allows you to work. And so the need for people to be in a comfortable home space with some Wi-Fi is all one really needs to be able to work. And so we see working from home at an Airbnb really taking off as a large trend. And finally, we see gap years and sabbaticals as sort of a larger trend here. For many people, it's just not a year where they're going to be able to study or they're going to be able to work. And so if there was ever an opportunity to, write the novel that they were looking to write or to learn that new skill, they're taking the opportunity to do that now. And so taking these sabbaticals, I'll point to one program that we've rolled out, which is our Italian sabbatical, which is where Airbnb guests could actually go and live in a small rural community in Italy for a period of time, and be able to communicate to, interact with the local community, communicate with locals, and be able to learn something new while they're there. And the pandemic certainly creates challenges, but for some, it creates that opportunity. Now, when we talk about these longer term stays, we see that more than 6 million active listings on Airbnb accept monthly stays. And actually, most of them are even offering discounts for extended stays. So finally, just wanted to get into Airbnb's role in recovery. We feel that we have an important role to play here in terms of what how travel will recover. So we talked about sort of domestic bookings uptaking. We talked about the desire for people to have clean spaces that they can be in. But I want to sort of focus first on online experiences. So we know that nearly half of Airbnb experience hosts report that they have a member of their household who is a smaller independent business owner. And this is a great challenge. If you're a small business, it's never been harder as an individual to make money. I know that whether they be owners of gyms or restaurants or various types of performance arts, their ability to make income these days is incredibly stretched. And so online experiences provides an opportunity for them to continue to be entrepreneurs. It allows them to be able to continue to monetize their passions and their expertise, even online. So I'll share two examples of these. In Portugal, there's a host called Pedro. Pedro and his roommates, they host this very sort of wacky, very popular experience called Sangria in Secrets with Drag Queens, where these individuals dress up in their drag costumes, and they teach you to make sangria, and they perform, and they interact with the guests. And it's been so successful that they have earned over $100,000 in a single month. So if you're bored one evening, I highly recommend that you spend some time with Pedro and his roommates and do something a little uncomfortable and a little bizarre that really takes you outside of your comfort zone and makes you laugh. In Korea, we have a former professional announcer who provides tips and product consulting sessions on her experience, which is called Get Ready With Me and Beauty Talk. We know around the world that everybody is inspired by Korean culture, and in particular by the ability for individuals to embrace Korean culture, K-pop, etc. And so these types of experiences are popular, not just with people in Korea, but around the world. And that's one of the cool things about online experiences, is that you really can embrace and learn a new culture from the comfort of your home, no matter where you are in the world. Another thing that we're working on is our Go Near campaign, which is really an effort to revitalize domestic destinations. We recently launched what we call our Go Near campaign to promote responsible and safe domestic travel. We worked with one particular county in Korea called Hadong to promote their destination, but also to create a listing, or 10 listings actually, in the center of town. And we've seen that that particular area, despite the COVID crisis, has actually seen an 800% increase in bookings over the past couple of months here. And that really is remarkable that you have a destination that is growing so much on Airbnb through collaboration and innovation, despite the circumstances that we currently are in. Secondly, we've worked with the Gangwon Center for Creative Economy and Innovation. And what we've worked to do is to revitalize certain abandoned mine areas and to promote hidden gems and unique places in Gangwon by promoting them to guests and travelers around the world. The next thing I want to talk about is just the importance of the travel and tourism for the overall economy. We worked with Oxford Economics, which is a major economics advisory and consulting firm, which is a real expert in understanding the economic contribution to society. What Oxford Economics determined was that Airbnb supports more than 54,000 jobs and contributed a GDP worth $1.91 billion in Korea in 2019. That's roughly 0.12% of the GDP. And what we're seeing is that actually that contribution has increased 7 times since 2015. The total job creation by Airbnb in 2019 was huge. And when you see that 55,000 number, that's an increase of nearly 47,000 jobs over that period of time from 2015 to 2019. And so it really is important, as we think about tourism, that it's not just the actual hosts that are hosting, but also the knock-on effects of tourism, whether it's the shops and restaurants that benefit, and also the broader supply chain, which is able to contribute or that benefits from tourism. So lastly, I just want to wrap up on sort of this final point here around Live Anywhere. I think I'm really optimistic about tourism and its future. I certainly know that the tourism industry has gone through a tough time, but I believe that Korea is already showing early signs of positive recovery. We know that people are looking for unique, authentic, and local experiences. And we know that Airbnb hosts are happy and welcome to receive them. And we know that this trend is going to continue, and I'm really excited about it. And with that, I think my time is up, and I thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Ogill, thank you so much for your time and your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Ogill with a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Ogill. I hope to see you again in the future. Have a nice day. 좋은 강연 들려주신 마이클 오길 디렉터님께 큰
Please give another hand for the Michael Ogill. From now on until 2040, we'd like to have a lunch break. We will offer you the lunch box. Hope you enjoy it and see you again in an hour. Thank you.
왼쪽 그쪽으로. 네네.
거치대가 없어서 하얀 거 있죠. 그냥 테이블은
안내 말씀드립니다.
May I have your attention, please? We will begin the session from 12:40. We will begin the special session and session 3 very soon, so please come in and have a seat. Those who are in the lobby, please make your way into the event hall.
안내 말씀드립니다.
May I have your attention, please? We will begin the Herald Business Forum special session and session 3. Please come in and have your seat.
지금부터
Now we'd like to begin the special lecture session. After the COVID-19 outbreak, the financial circles has started thinking about the fundamental role of corporate and the social value and social safety net. And this special sector lecture will be delivered by Value Balancing Alliance, which is studying social value measurement system. The CEO, Kristen Heller, who is also working as a vice president of BASF, will join us online. It sounds unfamiliar to calculate and monetize the social value of a corporation as GDP or prices. So let's go to Frankfurt, Germany, which is in early in the morning.
How are you this morning?
Good. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, annyeonghaseyo. Thanks for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to join you. I would have loved to be in Korea, but as you all know, due to the corona crisis, it's not possible. Just to give you a background, so I know Korea quite well. I would have loved to join your lunch because the Korean food is most probably the best of the world. And unfortunately, I'm not able to join in person today, but more than happy to introduce the work we are doing as Value Balancing Alliance, which is all about, in the end, new reporting and accounting schemes. And it's quite essential that we are going in this direction, which I'm going to introduce to you in a second. So thanks for having me. And first of all, I'm going to provide you an overview, and I'm more than happy to run a Q&A session and answering your questions after my introduction. Thanks a lot. So the Value Balancing Alliance is a non-for-profit organization which was founded about 1 year ago in June 2019. And we are working in the end for the public good. So every outcome we are developing will be provided to the public, and this for free. As of today, as you can see, we are 12 international companies, and I'm more than thankful that one of the top Korean companies, SK, has joined our alliance right from the beginning. We are also supported by the big four auditing firms, Deloitte, EY, KPMG, and PwC, who are supporting our work and contributing with their knowledge, with their competencies, and with their methodologies to get this going, what we are heading for. What you can also see is that we are collaborating quite closely with international organizations such as the OECD, the World Bank, and that we are in close cooperation with institutions from the European Commission, especially what is called the EU Life Fund, who are providing money to us to support our work. We also have strategic partners. Some of them might be quite familiar to you, such as the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And we are building on a huge network of academics, so business schools and universities. It's currently around 40 universities who are supporting our work. And they are all led by Oxford, and there's a much closer relationship also going on with Harvard Business School. Some of you might be aware of the work from George Serafim in the project Impact Weighted Accounts Initiative. The question is, why have these companies come together? And I think this is nothing new I'm introducing to you now, that companies, especially international companies, are working in a fundamental changing ecosystem. So if you're looking at the financial market, as of today, the new tech companies are valued much higher compared to industry companies. We all know the environmental challenges and the social inequalities we are living in at these times of globalization. One of the key aspects is also how we're distributing wealth, earnings in the times of artificial intelligence and digitalization. Most probably you're also aware of the risk report of the World Economic Forum outlining that we have a huge and tremendous shift for companies with regard to risks to environmentals. So climate change, water scarcity, and others are on the top list with regard to risks for companies. The latest development, as you all know, we are still living with it. We don't know when the crisis is over, is COVID-19 impacting our global value chains, impacting fundamentally the health of our people around the world and also the economic activities. So what we should think about as businesses is if we need to implement and integrate a new thinking in our operations, shifting in the end or transitioning from a shareholder value perspective to a system value perspective. To make this a little bit more blunt, so if the Earth is not existing anymore, we will not have a society, we will not have businesses, we will not earn profits as companies. So we should think how we are contributing as businesses to our ecosystem, and we should also consider if the current KPIs of us as companies are sufficient. Because as you know, today, companies are mainly steered by the one KPI, which is profits. Interestingly, this was introduced in the 15th century by a monk in Italy. And since then, if we are honest with ourselves as companies, not much has really changed. We are still using the same thinking, we are still using the same KPIs, and we need to ask ourselves the question, is this sufficient in these changing ecosystems? What is quite essential to understand, and this picture was just published 10 days ago, that we have a tremendous development at the global level with regard to harmonization of reporting systems. So as of today, it's quite a morph for companies. What is really the framework or what is the standard when we're talking about non-financial information we should report against? So companies are quite familiar with the recent standards when we're talking about financial reporting, talking about US GAAP or talking about IFRS standards, but there's nothing similar for non-financial reporting standards. This will change over the next months because the four main bodies have agreed to work much closer together, and all of this under the umbrella of IFRS. So what you can expect in the next months to come is that there will be an institution next to the IASB, which is defining on global scale non-financial reporting standards. This is also linked to a process which is going on currently within the European Union. So as the standard setters will work on more voluntary standards, within the EU we have legislation coming up for non-financial reporting. And all companies, larger companies, also based in Europe, will be mandatory required to report along these standards. What we need to understand is that these standards are just talking about the what. So what should companies report about to be transparent? There's, as of today, a lack to work on what you could call the foundation of reporting. And this is about data. How do you collect and how do you gather data to support the reporting systems? And in this case, we are directly talking about accounting systems. And this is the area where the Value Balancing Alliance is working in. So what we are doing is we are developing a consistent set of methodologies which will support the reporting efforts with regard to non-financial information, but will be also linked to financial statements. What we are heading for is providing a solution which is developed out of the business community for the business community. Our work is based on two main pillars. The first one we are calling the impact statement. The impact statement, which is in the end known in Korea as the social value contribution, is all about the value, the positive and negative impacts of a company on the society, on the wider environment, as well as on the economy. In essence, this is all about the license to operate of businesses. I'm getting into more details in a second. The second aspect or pillar we are working on is called the integrated account. In this area, we want to understand how the current trends and developments, which I demonstrated, are influencing the enterprise value directly. So we are talking about the complementary and consistent integration of environmental, social, and governmental aspects into the profit and loss account and the balance sheet of the company. So it's an extension of the current financial statement, which we are all familiar with within companies. These two pillars are reflecting the concept which is called double materiality, which was introduced by the European Commission a few years ago when we have introduced what is called the Non-Financial Reporting Directive. I will now shed some more light on the impact statement. This is the methodology where we are a bit further developed as Alliance. With regard to the timelines for the integrated account statement, we expect that the first version and the principles for this one are available end of October, and that the member companies are going to pilot these principles and a further set of methodologies as of next year. Talking about the impact statement, companies are used to report about the outputs we are generating. Outputs in the sense, what are the revenues, what are the profits, what are the CO2 emissions, what are the training hours, and so on and so forth. in the end, these numbers don't tell us much. We need to think about what is the outcome and what is the impact of our business models. Making this a bit more clear, when we are talking about CO2 emissions, we need to understand how CO2 emissions are affecting climate change and how climate change is affecting the health and well-being of all of us as people on this planet. A second example would be we need to understand not how many training hours companies are providing to their employees. We need to understand how this is increasing their competencies and how this is affecting the human capital we are building as companies as well. What we are doing within the Alliance is we are valuing these impacts of companies in a monetary term. So we put a price tag on CO2, we put a price tag on training and human capital, and so forth. This is an example of the company BASF, international chemical company, running these kinds of calculations since 2013. And what you can see on this picture is a monetary evaluation of all the impacts of the BASF value chain, talking about own operations. This is the production of BASF, the supply chain. So these are the direct and tier N suppliers of BASF, which are covered, and also the customers. What is not reflected in this calculation is the use phase of product. And this is just due to the enormous amount of impacts and data you need to generate, which is, as of today, not possible. All bars you see on this slide are monetary figures, and you see that these assessments are covering financial as well as social as well as environmental topics. You might wonder when you're looking at the green bars, so talking about the environmental impacts, that in its own operations within BASF, there's not much to be seen, but this is relating to scaling effects because BASF is just one company, and just within the supply chain, we are talking about more than 70,000 first-tier suppliers. What is highly essential for BASF and for the other companies running these kinds of assessments as well is the huge transparency you're bringing into the business model, talking about the benefits you're generating, but also talking about the costs you're creating for the society, the environment, and the wider economy. What is also essential is the monetary unit. This allows you to directly compare financial and non-financial aspects with each other. And you can break down these calculations not just for a complete company. You can run this for decision-making purposes like CapEx, like OpEx decisions. You can do this for strategy development and for R&D projects. Just providing you a few examples how BASF is operating with these methodologies. So the chemical business, the key feedstock for the production is oil and gas. And you can now think about what would happen as a scenario the chemical company would change the feedstock of oil and gas for their products to renewables like palm kernel oil. One of the key consequences is that the greenhouse gas emissions would go down tremendously. On the other side, you will see that the negative impacts on land use, on waste, on water, on health and safety will go up fundamentally. There is also an impact with regard to taxes and net income, because in the oil and gas industry, you're paying much more taxes, you're generating much more profits compared to the agricultural sector. What we'd like to introduce with these kinds of scenarios is don't think about just optimizing one indicator like profits or greenhouse gases. If you're thinking about the overall value or the societal value you want to generate as a company, you need to take into consideration many, many different aspects. Another example how BASF is using these kinds of methodologies. Just think about site development projects. If a chemical company is building a new site, it usually lasts for at least 30 years. And with these kinds of calculation, you can really good run scenario modelings. So what is the impact of a site if you place it in the middle of a desert, in an industrial area, or in the middle of a rainforest? You will see tremendous differences because impacts are always localized. When I introduced the methodologies on the slide before, I mentioned that this impact statement is looking at the health and well-being of people as the key yardstick to measure the performance. And this becomes rather interestingly when we're talking especially about the human being. When you're looking at the current accounting systems, human beings are just a cost driver. As a company, if I'm paying wages or paying trainings, on the balance sheet, this is just about costs. It's not an asset. In the calculations we are running, looking at these bars, taxes and wages are reflected and understood as purchase power. So we should increase taxes and wages, because if we don't do so, in the end, who's going to buy our products? So we need to think beyond the typical accounting factors and the typical KPIs in today's accounting if we want to contribute a societal value to the wider society. The challenge is that these are quite new methodologies. The credit goes to a company called Puma, you are aware of, the sportswear company who has started this development back in 2009. Over the last 10 years, more and more companies have started to pilot these methodologies, including SK. And as of today, we expect that more than 1,000 companies working together with more than 150 consultancies are using these methodologies and piloting the integration into business decision-making and steering. When we are talking about disclosures, you see the challenge what we face. There's no consistency as of today, and therefore there's no comparability of the results. And this is not just for the disclosure frameworks, this is also how the methodologies and the data are used. Nevertheless, the companies we are talking about, and as of today, around 60 are disclosing the results of their calculations. They are fully supportive and convinced that this is the new methodology and the new concept of steering a business. This is all about creating long-term value, not just for the company, also for the ecosystem around us. So as Alliance, we are heading for a huge standardization of these methodologies, that you're calculating your impacts and the ESG factors for your own company similar and in a consistent way like we're doing as of today with financial accounts and financial statements. We are also working on a harmonization of the external disclosure frames. So the bar charts you have seen from all of the companies, that you have a similar picture with the target to directly compare the results of companies. We are also heading for a pragmatic solution with regard to the methodologies, which can be applied not just by international companies, but also by SMEs. And we are working together with international organizations to think about the uptake, who can take up the work we are doing as Value Balancing Alliance to drive this into the market. One of the key differentiating factors what we have as the Alliance is that every methodology we are developing is directly piloted by our companies. So we directly get feedback how pragmatic the methodologies are, and we can inform based on the learnings from the companies the further development of the methodologies. What is even more essential is that the companies are running peer learning sessions to understand how the integration and the application of these methodologies is impacting their own business models, their decision-making processes, and also, in the end, their overall steering processes. Saying this, one of the most interesting developments what I see is that the sustainability people from our companies are now joined by controlling and by finance, because now it's really about integrating ESG or non-financials in decision-making processes. I said before, everything what we are developing will be made publicly available. And we are not founded to work on a methodology which will end up on a website. This is really about changing and transitioning the way how we are doing business. We are working on three main directions in the end to change the global level playing system. The first one is that we are extending the user base. As of today, we are talking to more than 40 companies to join our alliance. And we are also talking to multiplier organizations like the Capitals Coalition, the European Roundtable of Industrialists, or the World Business Council, in the end to share our methodologies and to get further companies to pilot it. We are also collaborating with politicians and with regulators. This relates first and foremost to the EU Commission, because the EU Commission is taking in the end the leadership when we are talking about legislation and when we are talking about reporting frameworks. The Value Balancing Alliance is the only institution or organization which is officially mandated by the EU Commission to develop what is called green accounting principles, with the ambition to implement the Green Deal, which is a huge program within the EU for greening the economy in business decision making. With the OECD, we are working on a project which is called Business for Inclusive Growth, which was introduced by the G7 to the OECD. And Business for Inclusive Growth is all about inclusive global value chains. And for the OECD, we are co-developing and providing our methodologies how you're assessing global value chains. We have a foundation which is called Global Solutions. We are working together with the G20 to make politicians understand the need for new performance assessment systems within business and how we can integrate this at global scale for the economy. And for sure, we are engaging with a variety of stakeholders, which is including the financial market. This is including the key standard setters and supporting the development, which I outlined. The current discussions with the standardization bodies are going in a direction that, as mentioned before, they are providing the what to report about. And they approached the VBA if we can come up with the methodologies, how the respective data and information is collected. As we are working directly in the area of accounting, we are collaborating with associations like Accountancy Europe. And the work we are doing is fundamentally supported, as mentioned, by academia such as Oxford or Harvard Business School. Talking a bit about the timelines. So the VBA was founded last year. We are set for a 3 years timeline with a certain backdoor. So if we see after 3 years we need more time, yes, we will extend it. But everything what we are working on is developed in a modus to develop the methodologies, pilot the methodologies, provide feedback to our expert groups to further develop the methodologies, and then run their implementation and testing again. What I can tell you is that the executive managers from my member companies are fully supportive and they really want to make change. The key thinking around is that we need to transform business from profit maximization to value optimization for the society and our ecosystems. This is a big invitation to all of you to support our work, to get closer to us. Please feel invited to reach out. And I would be more than happy when a company like SK will be joined by further Korean companies or East Asian companies to drive the work we are doing with regard to the necessary change in the business community, what needs to be done. Thanks again for the invitation to introduce the work of the VBA in Korea, and I'm more than happy now to take all of your questions. 고맙습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Ella, again for special speech. Now we will have a Q&A session for 20 minutes with Mr. Hella. 청중 여러분께서 질문
From the audience,
전달해 드리겠습니다.
the audience, if you have any question, please raise your hand. Thank you for your analysis and data. I have two questions. First, it was the question that was raised by a CEO. If the social value and economic value are in conflict, what would be your choice, and what would be the wise conclusion and answer? And in Korean society, the unemployment uncertainty, and particularly conflict between generations, the older generation and younger generations, are become a concern. So is there any similar cases in other countries, and what would be the solution for that?
Thanks for these questions. You're raising quite essential and important question. I'm starting with the second one with regard to employment. So unemployment, I think, is a key challenge what we face in most of the industrialized countries, especially now in the crisis, in the COVID-19 crisis. And I think we will see huge unemployment coming up over the next months, as soon as it is in the most countries, the support by the government is going down. What I mentioned with regard to the methodologies we are developing, we have the systemic challenge that as of today, the human being is not reflected as a positive asset in the company. And therefore, the current incentive systems for companies are to reduce employment as much as we can. Making you one example, it would be best for the company BASF to introduce algorithms to replace the person Christian Heller, to provide more benefits, more dividends to our shareholders. This is the current incentive system we are operating in. What we are trying to change with these methodologies is that human beings have a value in our accounting systems. Just think about a small dentist company, and if this company wants to get a credit from a bank, the bank usually is just looking at the bank account of this small company and about the equipment, what is in. They are not looking at the human capital of a small company or at the customer base and similar aspects. This we need to extend to provide much more data also to the financial market in a consistent way that they can make better adjustments and better evaluations of a company. The second question you raised is a quite tricky one because we're talking about trade-offs between different KPIs. As of today, companies as introduced are used to apply just profit as the one indicator how we are steering our businesses. Over the last 2 to 3 years, there's a huge mindset change going on that, for example, climate goals or goals with regard to the social contribution are gaining more importance and are set on an equal level. And now we are talking about trade-offs. So the big question is, if there is a trade-off between your social and economic targets, how to deal with this? I don't have the silver bullet. But what we as VBA are doing, first of all, we are providing consistent data to inform management decisions. And this, as of today, is not possible if, as a company, you need to make the decision. The one I generated over the last weeks, should I invest in my economic targets or in my social targets? With the data we are generating, at least you understand the impact of your decisions. And this is a major step forward. Thank you.
네, 다른 질문 받겠습니다.
Please raise your hand if you have any other question. Thank you for your lecture and answers. As you mentioned, very recently, just like companies like SK, many Korean companies understand the value of social and environmental values, but the general public and individual investors do not understand that aspect well. They understand the financial performance of a company is more important than the social or environmental values of them. So there is a big gap between the investors or shareholders and the corporation. So to raise the awareness of ESG for the general public, what kind of activities can the companies do?
You're raising also a quite important question, how we can transition this mindset change also to the broader public and especially to the financial market. So I'm starting with the financial market because I think here it's much more tangible and hopefully easier to move the financial market in a direction how the corporates are already running. So you all are aware of these huge trends in the financial market talking about impact investing, sustainability or green bonds and all of these developments. And I'm talking to financial market players, and this is including asset managers, asset owners, insurance companies, as well as rating agencies. The key challenge they face is that we are lacking the consistency of data and information with regard to non-financial information. The second thing we are missing are incentives from companies, for example, tax reductions, if they are shifting their investing patterns into companies which are looking into sustainability KPIs. And I think this is the first piece we need to work on, providing consistent data to the financial market as corporates in the area of ESG. And secondly, also to think about incentive systems, could be legislation, it could be tax reductions. You can be really innovative in this regard as a government, how we can move the financial market. I already see the trend that companies from the financial market are looking into this. We are starting to establish new KPI systems for their valuations, but you're fully right, this needs to improve tremendously because the clock is ticking. It's really a few minutes after 12, so we need to get moving really, really fast. This also relates to, let's say, the general public. And we are all aware of this challenge. Everybody wants to have a sustainable product, but usually consumers are not willing to pay more for this. So here also, I think it's with the corporates to provide much more clarity in their communications. What is the overall value we are providing as a company to the wider society, and step by step shifting the consumption patterns from the broader society. But this is a huge challenge globally. Thank you.
네, 다른 질문 받겠습니다. 질문 있으신 분은 손을
If there is any question, please raise your hand.
질문 없으신가요?
No question from the floor?
Mr. Allah, thank you again for your speech and your time for Q&A. I hope to see you again in the future. Have a great day.
Thanks a lot. Take care. Stay safe. It was a pleasure to introduce our work in Korea, and looking forward to meet you in person as soon as the COVID-19 crisis is over. Thanks a lot.
네, 이제 제 3...
Now we will begin the third session. Now we will be connected to Paris, France. So we are listening to the Korean economic prospect. For that, we are joined by Mr. Christophe Andre, Senior Economist on Korean Desk, and which will be followed by the discussion between Mr. Andre and moderator Professor Song Tae-yoon. And during the discussion, we will talk about what Korean corporates need to overcome the crisis of COVID-19. First, I will introduce Mr. Christopher Andre.
I'd like to introduce Christophe Andre, the Senior Economics of Korea at the OECD. Hello, Mr. Andre.
Hello.
I'm so honored to have you here today. It is 6:30 a.m. in Paris, and thank you so much for joining the Herald Business Forum. Would you please give us a speech for 30 minutes from 6:30 to 7 a.m. local time in Paris?
Yes. First, I would like to thank you for inviting me. It's a great honor for me to be in this forum. I'll start by saying a few words about the policy response to the COVID-19 crisis. First, there is a health crisis, and Korea has responded very well to this with a very effective epidemic containment strategy. And then, of course, there is an economic crisis that follows. And again, there has been quite a lot of fiscal and monetary policy support. Looking at this crisis, as in every crisis, of course, there is a lot of difficulty, but there are also opportunities. And you also need to think about the future, what the future world will be, and how you can adapt to this. And so it's important to strengthen the foundations for inclusive and green growth. Why inclusive and green growth? Well, first, inclusive because inequality has increased in Korea over the past decades. And to some extent, inequality is necessary in an economic system to provide incentives, to encourage risk-taking, to encourage innovation. But at some point, it becomes counterproductive. It reduces demand, and social cohesion is also very important for society to function well. Why green growth? Because we have this global climate change challenge, and Korea must do its part to tackle it, but not only. Also, you have quite high air pollution in Korea, which is really important to tackle for health and well-being reasons, and also having an advantage in dealing with the environment is very important in terms of competitiveness, also for exports. So this is important for Korea to invest in these areas. Looking at long-term challenges, we know that Korea has the fastest aging population in the OECD. So it will be very important to mobilize very well the labor resources. There is a risk with this crisis that some people are durably excluded from the labor market. I'm thinking in particularly of young people, of women. So it's really important to keep these people close to the labor market. And also to facilitate the transitions, it's important to reinforce the social safety nets. Some measures have been taken already during the crisis, but on a more permanent basis, it's important to have a strong social safety net. Then one of the characteristics of the Korean economy is that there is duality between large firms and SMEs, duality between industry and services, between regular and non-regular workers. So trying to have a more homogeneous economy is also very important. And then you need to boost productivity. Productivity at the aggregate level is about 20% below the OECD average. So there is room for improvement. And this can be done through digitalization and innovation. Also, the regulations need to adapt to the new world, especially in the digital fields. We have a lot of innovations. And of course, you want regulations to protect consumers, to protect people, to ensure safety. to protect privacy. But at the same time, you don't want regulation to hamper the development of new business models that are very valuable. I'm thinking, for example, of telemedicine, which has played a very important role in dealing with the health crisis. So that's on the product market side. On the labor market side, every crisis necessitates the reallocation of jobs. Some people are going to lose their jobs. They'll find jobs in other areas. It's important also to support this adaptation for the benefit of everyone. Then looking at the external side, it's important also for Korea to diversify its trade links. We are seeing a period of trade tensions between a number of countries, so it's important not to rely too much on a few trading partners. The global value chains are also very important. We've seen during the crisis that there were some disruptions. Actually, Korean firms have been pretty efficient, for example, when business was almost closed in China, to outsource from Southeast Asia instead. So there has been a reaction. It's important to continue to have resilient value chains. The solution is not really, to avoid international trade, to have reshoring, as some say. Some strategic activity may need to be reshored, but otherwise, international trade is very valuable, but you also need to make sure that the value chains are resilient. And finally, the investment in green technology and renewable energy is also very important to ensure sustainable growth. So I'll start with the policy responses to the COVID-19 crisis. And this chart illustrates fairly well what happened in Korea compared to other countries and why Korea is doing pretty well in economic terms. This is an indicator from Google, so they track people going to restaurants and shopping centers and this kind of places, and they look at the evolution. And you see that in Korea, at the peak of the epidemic, you had a fall of 40% in this mobility for retail and recreation. This is substantial, but if you compare with countries, in particular in Europe, where you have very large lockdowns, you see that the decline was about 90%. So Korea has been able to contain the epidemic without having so stringent lockdown that really hamper economic developments. And you see this in the numbers, and we've produced our latest forecast just last week. And now we expect the Korean economy to shrink by about 1% this year. This compares to a world economy that is expected to shrink by about 4.5%. Of course, there is a lot of uncertainty around these numbers, but what is pretty sure is that Korea will do better than the others. In terms of employment, we also see a non-negligible fall in employment, about 1%. But again, other countries are doing worse. Japan is almost similar. Germany has a slightly higher decline. But in European countries, actually, they have used a lot these job retention schemes that are sponsored by the government, where basically people work shorter hours and are paid to a large extent by the government. So this really limited the impact on employment in these countries, where you didn't have these kind of schemes in the United States and in Canada. Then you have a decline in employment, which is of 6-7% year on year, which is really a very, very big number. What happens in Korea, though, is that since you have a very dual labor market, some categories are deeply affected by the crisis. We've seen a decline in employment in wholesale and retail trade, in accommodation and food, which is very important, nearly 6%. And in these areas, you've got a lot of temporary workers, daily workers, self-employed. And in these categories, employment is shrinking a lot. So that's an important issue. That's also why the government has provided a number of measures, including in the fourth supplementary budget that is now presented to support these people. Monetary policy is also helping the recovery, and the Bank of Korea has taken a lot of measures to stabilize financial markets, to provide liquidity, and has cut its policy rates to 0.5. Now at 0.5, we are close to the lower bound, so there is not much more that can be done. What could be done if the situation really worsens is to go into unconventional measures, as many central banks around the world have done, so-called quantitative easing. For the moment, it's not really on the cards. It's a possibility if things worsen. You need to know also that there are some side effects. So there are some trade-offs. The risk of having too expansionary monetary policy is to have asset bubbles, also rising house prices. So there are some trade-offs there. And in any case, the room for monetary policy is now relatively limited. Where there is a bit more space is on the fiscal side. And I'm showing an estimate here for the budget balance of about 4%. This is an unofficial estimate because our latest official estimate is from June, so it's a bit outdated. And we will produce a true estimate in a month's time. But this is just to give an order of magnitude. And you've got a decline in the budget balance from a surplus of nearly 1% to a deficit of about 4%. So this is 5 points of GDP, and this provides significant support. Korea can afford this because it has low government debt, about 40% of GDP before the crisis. This is very low in OECD comparison. The OECD average is above 100%, and countries like Italy or Japan have much higher debt. So Korea has room. It has also a strong credit rating equivalent to France and the United Kingdom for government bonds. So there is room for stimulus for the moment. Of course, in the long term, you will need to ensure fiscal sustainability and to have credible plans for that. Now, looking at how we can strengthen the foundations for inclusive and green growth. First, we need to remark that growth has been slowing down even before the crisis. We had growth of 2% last year, which is pretty low for Korea, partly due to the weak semiconductor market last year. But still, there are factors that are weighing on growth. We expect a rebound for 2021, but this is just a rebound. And then probably growth is going to be a bit lower than in the past if no measures are taken, because there are factors that weigh on potential growth in Korea. And one of them is obviously the fast aging of the population. We see that if you look at the old age dependency ratio, which is the number of people aged 65 or over divided by the working age population, now Korea is at a bit more than 20%. It's one of the lowest in the OECD, so a young population, but it is expected to be the highest ratio in the OECD by 2060, much higher than Japan today. So the aging is very rapid, and that's a challenge for Korea. And Korea will have to mobilize its employment potential much better in the future if it wants to continue to grow at a fast pace. And if you want to look at where the potential is, it's pretty clear here that women after about 25 have very low employment rates. So the government has taken already some measures like reinforcing childcare and also trying to get a better work-life balance through shorter working hours, also job centers for women that help women rejoin the labor market. But it's really important to create opportunities for women. It's also important, if you look at the main panel, that young people are also entering the labor market a bit late. That's partly due to long studies, but that's also partly due to difficulties in integrating the labor market. And this is going to be worsened by the crisis. So it's really important to support young people. Coming back to women, the gender wage gap is the widest in the OECD. So that reflects partly the fact that women that come back to the labor market after having children are generally in non-regular jobs, and so they have lower salaries, but also the fact that the opportunities are not that great means that many women don't work, and that's we saw the fairly low employment rate just because there aren't enough opportunities. And that's really a waste, because Korean women on average are very well educated. A lot of them have tertiary education. So this is a potential that should be used better. Turning to older workers, the problem is a bit different. Older workers tend to work, partly because the pension system is not really mature. So it means that people have low revenue and they need to work. You see that for the prime age category, 25 to 54, you have an employment rate in Korea which is close to the OECD average. But then it increases, and actually Korea has the highest employment rate in the 70-74 category. The problem is that often these people retire from their career jobs in their 50s, and then they have non-regular jobs where they earn very, very little. And actually the poverty rate in Korea for older people is the highest in the OECD. So you can address this partly through transfers, but it's really important to allow people to continue to work in occupations where they can earn a decent living and where they are very productive. And so this is something that really needs to be tackled. Some people will say, okay, you provide more opportunities for people and this is going to be detrimental to youth. Well, that's not what we are observing in the OECD. If you look at OECD countries, the countries that have the highest employment rate for young people are also tend to be also the ones that have the highest rate for older people. So it means that labor markets that are working well work well for both young and old people, and there is no crowding out of youth by older workers. Of course, there are some characteristics that are a bit different in Korea and that have a role and that need to be addressed. The first one is that young people generally, because of the dual labor market, they prefer to work for big firms or for the public service. They are reluctant to go to SMEs, for example. So creating more opportunities there and changing the mindset is really important. The second thing is the seniority-based wage system, which is an obstacle to prolonging careers. You see that after 35, 40, wages don't increase that much in relative terms in Germany and the US. But for men in Korea and in Japan, the wages continue to increase. So older workers are much more expensive. And if they don't have higher productivity, firms are inclined to push them towards retirement, which is an issue. In Japan, they tend to rehire people at a lower wage. That's not completely satisfactory because in these lower quality jobs, they are not as productive as they could be. Now, after looking at employment and how to increase the labor resources for the economy, it's also important to look at productivity. And productivity remains relatively low in Korea. It's about 80% of the OECD average, even a bit lower if you measure by hours worked instead of by person. So there is an improvement that is possible. And the reason why you have This low productivity is that you have big differences between big firms that are very productive and SMEs with lower productivity, with differences between industry and small firms, and between regular and non-regular workers. Looking at the industry structure, so here 100 means the productivity of the overall economy, and you see then that in ICT manufacturing, Korea has a productivity which is 3 times the national average. That's much higher than what we see in other OECD countries. In other manufacturing also, productivity is very high. On the other hand, on services, even ICT services, productivity is not so high. So that's where improvement is possible, and especially in other business services. And other business services are very important because if you look at the second panel, you see that they account for about 40% of employment. So if you have 40% of your employment that is yielding low productivity, it's difficult to have a very high aggregate measure. So that's where progress is needed. And how can you improve productivity in small firms? Digitalization can play a very important role in this. And if you look at digitalization in Korea, small firms don't really use big data. And actually the data dam in the Korean New Deal is going to be very important from that perspective. Cloud computing can also be developed, and customer relationship management is also very low in small firms in Korea. So there are areas for improvement that would yield productivity gains. The regulatory environment is also important. It's even more important now that we are seeing a lot of technical change, of development of digitalization, of new tools. So it's important to have a regulation that is adapted, that both protects the consumer and the businesses, and also allows the development of innovative business models. Public ownership in Korea is similar to the OECD average, but public ownership in itself is not always a problem. It depends on the governance. And if you see Sweden, for example, they have a lot of public companies, but they are really run on a market basis, on a competitive basis. There is very little government interference. In Korea, as you see in the involvement in business operations bar, you see that Korea is doing less well than the OECD average. So there is more government interference, which can be counterproductive in some cases. On the other hand, Korea is doing very well in terms of simplification and evaluation of regulations. You have also this experience of sandboxes, which will lead to an evolution of regulation. This is very good. You have an administrative burden on startups, which is close to the OECD average. But you have barriers in service and network sectors that are higher than in the OECD, and also barriers to trade and investments that are higher. And this is an issue, especially in this period where things are moving very fast. In terms of exports, you see that the exports of Korea are fairly concentrated. About 40% of exports go to either the United States or China. And of course, there have been trade tensions between these two countries. So that can prove problematic. This is a vulnerability for Korea. So Korea needs to try to diversify its exports. And actually, it has created a lot of free trade agreements with countries. As the representative of a multilateral organization, I would say free trade agreements, bilateral free trade agreements are second best. But in the current political situation globally, they are very valuable. And so this is important. The reinforcement of relations with Asian countries is very important. We have seen also a lot of developments in trade and investment between Korea and the European Union, which is a big trading bloc too. So it is quite important. These developments are going in the right direction. By product type, there is a trade-off, because if you're very competitive in an area like semiconductors, of course it brings big benefits. But when the market falls, then you are vulnerable. So there are some trade-offs, and Korea, if you take electronics, chemicals, and motor vehicles, they account for almost 2/3 of Korean exports. So this is a vulnerability, and maybe more diversification would be desirable. And finally, growth needs to become greener. CO2 intensity has come down, but it is still much higher than the OECD average. And it is much higher because Korea is an industrial country with a strong manufacturing base. So it has more emissions than countries that are importing manufactured goods and mainly producing services. But still, even if you take this into account, the emissions are pretty high in Korea. Korea is burning quite a lot of coal. And you see this also in air pollution, although air pollution is also coming from neighboring countries. But part of it is produced in Korea. And you see that the situation regarding the exposure to PM 2.5, so that's basically fine dust, the situation has improved since 2000, but a large share of the population is still exposed to very high levels of air pollution. If you compare with the OECD below, where you have a lot of green, you don't see this in Korea. So this is important to tackle for health reasons, for the well-being of people. An advantage of Korea is that it has strong technology overall, and an increasing share of inventions is in the environment-related sector. Now it's a bit higher than, the share is a bit higher than the OECD average, and more importantly, it has risen much more over the past 15 years than in other OECD countries. So technology is an important response to climate change. It can bring a lot in terms of competitive advantage on international markets. And of course, it's not sufficient. You will need also carbon pricing for the emission trading scheme. And you need also regulations to avoid pollution. But technology is important and is an asset for Korea. And I will end up with this. And if you want more details, you can look at our survey that we released just last month, where you will find a lot more detail. Thank you for your attention.
I appreciate all your analysis and prospect of Korea economy. Please put hands together for Mr. Andre. 수고해주신 앙드레 선임연구원께 감사의 박수를 부탁드립니다. Now we will have a special discussion with Professor Sung Tae-yoon and Mr. Andre for 40 minutes. 바로 이어서 성태윤 연세대 경제학과 교수님과 앙드레 선임연구원의
Professor Sung Tae-yoon at Yonsei University will have a Q&A session with Mr. Christophe Andre. Please welcome Professor Sung Tae-yoon.
Okay, it's my honor to have this discussion with the Christopher, and then I have seen your excellent presentation on the Korean economy. Let me begin today's discussion with me by asking you have mentioned that Korea has relatively mild recession. Can you give why that could happen in Korea relative to other countries? Can you give your idea, please?
Well, the main reason is that Korea has been able to contain the the pandemic much better than other countries. In many countries, you had very important restrictions on movement, sometimes complete lockdowns in countries like France, Italy, or the United Kingdom. And of course, people couldn't go shopping and couldn't go to restaurants, etc. So the decline in activity has been very, very high. In Korea, the Korean authorities have been very efficient in detecting cases, in testing, in then isolating people and avoiding complete lockdowns as we could see elsewhere. So I think that this is what really makes the difference. Of course, there was also a lot of government support through monetary policy, through fiscal policy, but that we have seen also in other countries. So this, this is very important, but this doesn't really make a difference with other countries.
Yeah, right. As you just mentioned, the other countries also have the monetary and fiscal policies, but relative to other countries, we believe the containment of the pandemic was relatively effective in Korea. As a result of that, we don't need to decrease the consumption, especially the face-to-face consumption relative to other countries, as you just mentioned. But some people worry about the case that when there is the no limit or there is a improvement in the situation of pandemic, then relatively the Korea might have also the mild recovery relative to other countries. For example, the other countries are depending on heavily the domestic consumption, but in the Korean economy is heavily depending on external sectors such as export. As a result of that, when there is a recession, the recovery period, there might be relatively the mild recovery in Korea. What about your opinion at that kind of analysis?
Yes, I think that's true. There will be a rebound in other countries, and there will be also a rebound in Korea. Of course, since the recession has been milder, you will see lower growth rates in Korea, but in terms of level, Korea will still be at a higher level than other countries. I agree that exports are the main question mark, and this really depends on the recovery elsewhere. The domestic economy seems on the right footing. Of course, with the resurgence of the virus since mid-August, we've seen a new drop in consumption, but things seem to improve on the health front with less cases now. So probably distancing measures can be eased progressively, and consumption will come back. The fourth supplementary budget will also help. So consumption shouldn't be too bad, and then investment is promoted by the Korean New Deal and by very low interest rates. So on the domestic front, I'm pretty confident about the future of the Korean economy. Now on exports, it's very difficult to tell because it really depends on what's happening in the rest of the world. And of course, Korea is very vulnerable. It depends on sectors though, because you've seen a rebound in the exports of semiconductors. Now everyone is going digital. So everything that is linked to electronics is working pretty well. On the other hand, you have other sectors that are suffering much more, like petrochemicals, like cars, and there the uncertainty is quite big. But I mean, okay, in terms of relative performance, the problem is that if the other countries are doing badly, Korea will also suffer through its exports.
Okay, so as you just mentioned, there is a big discrepancy between the semiconductor industries and non-semiconductor industries in Korea. So even though we have this pandemic situation, the demand for semiconductor industry was still strong. So relatively, it was contributing to the Korean economy. Then you think how do you evaluate the contribution of semiconductor industry in terms of the Korean economy's growth trend and also in some risk factors? Can you give your idea?
Well, yes. Overall, the exports are about 40% of the Korean economy, and semiconductors are an important part of exports too, as I've shown in my presentation. So it means that when semiconductor exports are strong, it contributes quite a lot to the economy. Of course, we've seen last year that there was a drop in demand for semiconductors, and growth went down quite significantly in Korea. So this is a vulnerability. It seems that after this weak patch last year, there is both a natural rebound from a low level, and that is accelerated by the COVID-19 crisis, which incites people to go more digital. So I think we can be fairly optimistic, but it's a very volatile sector. So there can be also a decline at some point, but now we are more in a recovery phase.
Okay, so I think I understand that you are in charge of Korea and also Sweden desk, right? So
yes.
And we know that there was a big difference between the Korea and the Sweden in responding to the COVID-19. So can you give that idea, and also what was the impact on the Korea and Swedish economies? Can you?
Well, Sweden has taken a very different strategy in dealing with the epidemic, and the dealing with it's very early to say compared to other European countries, to Nordic countries. Now we're seeing that Sweden has more deaths, but it's difficult to know whether it's really linked to the policies, and you need to see in the long term what the impact is on health. And I'm not a health expert, so it's very difficult to assess the health policy. But what some people thought was that with less severe confinement in Sweden than in other European countries, you would have a lower impact on the economy. But actually, this did not really happen. Sweden is not doing much better than its neighbors. In terms of comparison with other European countries, Sweden is still suffering. Obviously, they've been less efficient than Korea in dealing with the health crisis, but now they're also giving quite a lot of support for policy, and hopefully things are going to improve too.
Okay, then also we understand that Sweden has a very similar structure in terms of export-oriented economic structure relative to other European countries. So then you think you can find that difference in industry structure in responding to COVID-19 or having the impact from COVID-19 on Swedish economy and the other European countries in terms of the dependence on external sector?
Well, yes, Sweden is dependent on exports too, and perhaps more importantly, it's really dependent on exports to other European countries. So that also makes a difference with Korea, because now we see that the recession is less severe than we had previously expected in China and the United States. Actually, China is even expected to grow this year, and it's a big market for Korea, much more than for Sweden. The United States is also a big market for Korea, and reduction in activity will be less in the United States than in Europe. So the situation is more difficult for Sweden. But of course, I mean the problem for Sweden is pretty much the same as for Korea, that exports are going to be a great determinant of their growth performance.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned the impact on particularly on the non-regular workers, and then you know that in the Korean economy, non-regular workers got serious impact from this COVID-19 situation. Especially they had a big trouble in the unemployment or the wage stability or something like that. So can you but we might think that if there are non-regular workers in other European countries, we might expect that kind of thing also even in European countries. Then do you think that what makes that difference between the Korean economy and the European economies or other advanced economies?
Well, I think there are big differences across advanced economies. In Europe, generally, we have a pretty strong social safety net. So, of course, you've got a number of temporary workers that suffer in every country. But actually, they are less numerous than in Korea. And also, generally, you have more support on a regular basis, like a stronger unemployment insurance. So this is what we see in European countries. And in addition, this time, generally you had some job retention schemes. So, you know, schemes where this is more for regular workers, but companies keep their workers even if they have less activity, and workers work part-time and sometimes don't work at all, and a large share of their salary is paid by the government. And this has limited the fall in employment in European countries. In the United States, you have a fall of employment that is much bigger. That's the way the US labor market works. And of course, there you have also a lot of temporary workers or workers with little protection, and they have also suffered quite a lot.
Right. So you just mentioned in some sense the difference between the U.S. economy and the European cases. Then, as you know, in the U.S., the federal government of the U.S. has provided some cash subsidies for the quite big group of people. So to support to help those people who are in trouble due to the COVID-19, but relatively we think that did not happen in European countries relatively. So then or you think the European countries seem to have the similar structure, or they had the similar structure even with social safety net, did they? Or you think that there was a difference? Then how we can justify that difference?
Well, you know, the big difference is that in European countries you have a lot of built-in stabilizers. So people have basically insurance. And when they get out of jobs, they get some unemployment benefits. When they have some that are not eligible to unemployment benefits, they have other kinds of support. And this is built in the system. In the US, you have much less, a much weaker social safety net. But in terms of when there is a crisis, they are taking exceptional measures to support people. So that's the big difference between the two countries. In this crisis, in addition to all that is built in the system, the the European countries also took some additional measures. I mentioned these job retention schemes, and there were additional measures for small businesses, for example. So this is an exceptional crisis. So there have been measures taken also, discretionary measures taken also in Europe. But generally, it's just, you know, the way the system works, where things are more automatic in Europe, and in the US, you take discretionary measures. But there is very strong social support in Europe.
Okay, so there is some debate on the built-in system that you just mentioned in Korea, in the sense that if we design that built-in system wrongly or not in a right way, then they can create a big burden for the government's debt or the fiscal soundness. What about your opinion on the kind of the analysis? Of course, we understand that built-in system is pretty good in making make that system work in the crisis or in the recession. But if that system is not properly built, then they can create the fiscal problem. So, what about your opinion on that kind of analysis?
Yeah, yes, I fully agree. I mean, design is essential. And we've seen some problems in some European countries in the past, where the social system was creating disincentives to work. And then you get lower growth, you get a higher fiscal cost, and you're in a pretty bad position. I mean, you need to create both support, but also the incentives for work. And if you look at Sweden, it's very interesting, because Sweden has a very comprehensive safety net, but also has good incentives, good labor market policies, and they have the highest employment rate in the European Union, because the system is really well designed, and they really try to put people into work. That's what is necessary. If people get out of work, they get insurance, so they get some money during the period they are unemployed, and they also get training to get new jobs. And that's the way the system works. So there is protection, but there are also very strong incentives for people to work. And this is very important. That's the key in the design of the social safety nets.
Okay, thank you. So you just mentioned as the example, the Sweden. And then you just mentioned how they design to make it work. So I fully appreciate your analysis. And what about the other countries which have experienced the fiscal crisis in, for example, the 2010 or something like that? Those countries still have the improper system, or do you think they are trying to correct that system? Because we have a big debate on that issue. So.
Well, I think you know, the fiscal crisis is not directly related to the social safety net. It can be related, but it's not necessarily just related to the social safety net. I mean, in some countries they had, for example, very generous pension schemes. In some countries, they had a quite inefficient administration. So, I mean, you need an efficient government, and that covers all areas, not just the social safety net. I mean, the countries, I think that get in trouble, and I think this is very important. And again, Sweden and other Nordic countries are a good example in that respect. Is that you know, fiscal policy really needs to be counter-cyclical, and the countries that get in trouble are the countries that don't put their house in order when the economy is good. When you have a recession, you need to spend more, you get less income from taxes, and you get a big deficit, and that's not really a big issue. The problem is that if you start a crisis and you already have a big deficit, then you get into trouble. So I think it's really important to have a strong fiscal framework with a strong long-term vision, and then to avoid pro-cyclical fiscal policies. And especially in good times, you really need to reduce your deficit.
Okay, so can you give the examples of countries or economies which have the sound control system on that kind of a fiscal situation? As you just mentioned, I also agree that the fiscal crisis is directly related to the social welfare system. There are many other issues, many other reasons. So I fully agree with what you said. But as you just mentioned, it is also, but even in the case, it is also important to have sound fiscal status when we are facing the crisis. So then, because we need a room for fiscal stimulus, we still believe. So you think, can you give the idea on the country or economy examples that could have a good room for fiscal stimulus? In your analysis, in your view?
Well, I mentioned the Nordic countries. I mean, Sweden, Denmark, Finland. These countries had actually a very big crisis in the 1990s with very big deficits, and then they modified completely their system and their management of public finances, and now they are very efficient. But another example closer to your region is Australia, which also has very, very sound fiscal policies. So these are examples that can be followed. And actually, the common point also between these countries is that they are both very committed to long-term fiscal soundness and also very, very reactive. Very, they can have a deficit when the economy is bad, but then when the economy gets better, they will consolidate their fiscal position. So they avoid the kind of problems we've seen in some countries that in the middle of a recession, they try to reduce the deficit, and that proves counterproductive. So they have both the long-term target and the flexibility.
So you just mentioned the very important concepts, the long-term, in some sense target, and some flexibility in fiscal policy. I think in that sense, currently the Korean economy, Korean government is also trying to have some stimulus package for the boosting the Korean economy during this crisis. But while we are adopting the kind of policy, we also need to maintain the sustainable fiscal status. Then, can you give the ideas or suggestion how we can really make it happen? So you can just say, we can say efficient government, but rather than just saying efficient government, what can be a good institutional suggestion or the policy suggestion, you think?
Well, there are a lot of ways to deal with the issue. I mean, the main thing is commitment. I talked about Australia, and actually the fiscal rules in Australia are not very strict. But the governments have all been committed to fiscal sustainability. I think it's important both to have an assessment of where you're going in terms of public finances, and then to take the appropriate measures. First you need to decide what kind of public services you need to provide, then try to provide them in an efficient way. And if providing public services in an efficient way requires higher taxes, you need to raise taxes. If you don't want to raise taxes, you need to contain the expenditure. That's largely a social choice. But you need to have a clear vision about this, and you need to monitor the situation. And for the moment, okay, stimulus is really important. It will need to be kept for a while because the escape from this crisis will be pretty slow. But when the economy becomes better, it's going to be necessary to put back the fiscal situation on a sustainable path. So there are a lot of measures. I mean, it's both micro measures for efficiency and also having a picture about the evolution of debt that you can afford, the level of debt where you want to get to, and adjusting spending and revenue according to this. And if you have to raise taxes, it's very important that you raise taxes that are not too detrimental to growth. For example, in Korea, you have relatively low VAT. So if you increase a bit VAT, it doesn't have a big impact on growth. If you increase direct taxes, you have the risk of having a bigger impact on growth, and then it's problematic. So you need to look at all these issues.
Okay, thank you. So I guess you have mentioned, or you have proposed the many factors that as a long-term structural problems in the Korean economy. So if you pick up the really the biggest issue that we should tackle with in the Korean economy to have the sustainable growth, can you pick up or propose the one really important issue out of the many issues?
Well, I think one issue which I would perhaps, let's start with one, but maybe there are two important issues. But the first one I would say is, since the population is aging rapidly,
right.
It's very important to increase participation. And I think in particular, the participation of women, not only in terms of employment rate, but also in terms of quality of jobs. Korean women are very well educated, so it's really important that they have a greater place in the economy. Also, young people, it's important to have them finding good jobs. It's also important for older workers to increase the quality of their jobs. People will continue to work. That's very good that people work longer. We're trying in Europe to have people work longer, but we don't want them to work in very low quality jobs. That's the issue. So for that, you need to invest in lifelong training. You probably have to revise seniority wages. So this is the main question, trying to cope with aging by increasing the employment rate. And the second issue I would mention is productivity. And to improve productivity, you have very strong international firms that are very productive, but you need to also have an improvement in all the SME sector, small enterprises, small businesses. They need to become more productive to enhance the overall productivity of the Korean economy.
Okay, so if I interpret what you just said as the issue of population and labor market issue, my interpretation is correct as the most important part.
Yeah, I think this is really important, and it also contributes to the second part, because if you get people in good jobs, you will get higher productivity. So I mean, this is really the key.
Right. As a result of that, we will have higher productivity. So, okay, so that's a good point. So, but you just mentioned the very important point on the population issue in Korea. But as you know, according to OECD data, the Korea has the highest poverty ratio in the old-aged people. Among the OECD countries, I guess, one of the highest countries.
Yeah.
So then, you think how we can overcome the kind of issue? Can you give your suggestion or analysis?
Yes, I think the short term the short term issue is largely about transfers. I mean, some people have very low revenue, and actually the government has already taken some measure to transfer some money to poorer households. So you can also improve some schemes. You can have a higher basic pension. You can also the basic livelihood support can also be improved. For the moment, you have this sort of family obligation that creates a means test. So this is an issue, and it's going to be tackled in the New Deal arrangements. We had some similar dispositions in European countries, and they have been removed. So I think transfers can help, but only to some extent. I think the long-term issue is really to improve the quality of jobs for older workers, and you know, this people shouldn't be forced to retire in their 50s from their career job and take a secondary job, which is low paid. I mean, you need to keep these people in working in very high quality jobs, and for this you need different institutional arrangements. You need also more training. Lifelong training is going to be a very important challenge, not only for Korea, but also for other countries, because the economy is evolving very fast. So people need to retrain to acquire new skills, and this is really important to invest in this. And then if people retire from their career jobs at 65, then there will be much less of an issue with old age poverty.
So you have just mentioned, I think, the very important point that people should not be forced to retire depending on age. According to age, the people should not forced to retire. But there is the another view, or the analysis that if we abolish the retirement system, that can have a big impact or negative big impact on the youth unemployment, the young aged people's the unemployment issue, under the current Korea's wage system, because our wage system still depends on age, and age or seniority has a big impact on the wage determination. Is if we still maintain that system, then if we abolish the system that forcing the old age people to retire, then as a result of that can have a big impact on youth age. So what about your opinion on that kind of suggestion?
Well, the first thing I have to say is that, as I've shown in my presentation, there is a positive correlation across OECD countries between youth employment and older worker employment. So it's not impossible to get a win-win deal. Now, of course, there are institutional factors in Korea that are not favorable, and the seniority wages are a problem. So it's going to be important to try to align the wages with productivity, and I think there should be some negotiations between the employers and the trade unions on this. I mean, one strength of the model in the Nordic countries is that you have a very strong social dialogue. And I mean, if you think of this issue of older workers, if these older workers that gets lower wages than they do for the moment with seniority wages, but they keep their job, they are anyway going to earn more than when they go to the non-regular sector. So I mean, it's also beneficial for workers perhaps to have a bit lower wages in their career jobs, but not to have to go to the non-regular sector after 50 something. So the employers can also see advantages in keeping experienced workers. So this is not an easy issue, but this is an issue that cannot be solved completely by the government, you know, and that's where social dialogue is very important. And so I really would encourage trade unions and employers to negotiate on that and to find a relevant solution. And of course, the government can help, for example, in providing opportunities for training of people so that they still arrive at a more advanced age with very good skill. So this, every stakeholder has to take its responsibilities and try to improve the system. It's not going to happen overnight, but that's the direction you need to move in, especially with the aging of the population. You will have more and more older workers. And if you want to have a competitive and a fast-growing economy, you really need to solve this issue.
So while you have your presentation, and as you know, the Korean government is trying to have the digital New Deal to have the more digital transformation by investing more the fiscal money in various digital infrastructure. So basically to try to decrease the gaps of the digitalization between large and small firms, but not just the digitalization in other aspects. There is a huge gap between the large firms and small firms. I think that is not just in Korea, in many other countries, even though we might have the more serious discrepancy between small and medium-sized firms and large firms. But we have maintained the huge program to support small and medium-sized enterprises, but so far, even though we have invested so much money, but the current result doesn't seem to be so successful. Then after you indicate that difference, then how we can overcome that discrepancy between the large companies and small and medium-sized companies. So some analysts say it is natural, or some analysts say it is inevitable, something like that. But you think that it is inevitable, or you can reduce that problem?
No, I think it's not inevitable, and in a market economy you need competition. And what happens, for example, in the US with all the big firms that like Amazon, Google, etc., that have increasing monopoly power is worrying. So we need to tackle this. All countries need to tackle this. And of course, in Korea, you already had a very strong discrepancy between big firms and small firms, but it is really important to create a level playing field for everyone. That's important for the consumer, that's important for the citizen, that's important for innovation, for the dynamism of the economy. You don't want an economy that is just run by a few monopolists. So this is decisive. And I think in terms of government support, the problem with government support to SMEs in the past in Korea is that it has often just helped a number of firms that were not growing, that were not very innovative to survive. So it was a sort of life assistance, but it didn't really help these companies to grow. So what is important is really to help these companies, these small companies, to integrate an ecosystem, and so more cooperation also between small and big companies on a more equal footing is important. We suggested in our survey also that you could have some innovation vouchers given to small companies, so that they can digitalize, they can innovate more. So the support should be really to growing firms and to allow them to develop. And I think, for example, in terms of data, it's very important what the government is doing with the data dam, because small firms in the digitalized world, it's more difficult for them to access data sources. So having platforms that allow small firms to get access to this resource is important for their growth. It's important for competition too.
Thank you. So we have just had this productive discussion about for 35 minutes, I guess, almost. Then we only have 5 minutes. I think while we have this long discussion on the Korean economy, I think that you have already given the really good advices and the excellent analysis on the Korean economy. As a wrap up the remark, so if you have any suggestion or the advices for the Korean economy in terms of the in fighting against or the in managing this COVID-19 situation, and also in terms of the structural change in the Korean economy. Can you give, please?
Yes, I mean, in terms of managing the crisis, I've been really impressed by the reactivity of the government, I must say, both in the health treatment of the pandemic and also in the economic treatment. The economic support that is provided. So the government needs to continue, and also the Bank of Korea needs to continue to be supportive of the economy until the recovery is firmly established. And then it's really important that the investments that are made, especially the Korean New Deal, it's really important that it's effectively implemented, that it raises the growth potential. Also from a fiscal point of view, it's important because if you generate higher growth, you will have higher revenue, and then your fiscal situation will be better. So this is really important. And I think then you need to keep in mind these long-term issues, aging, which requires raising employment, especially for women, young people, increasing the quality of jobs for older people. And then the second one is tackling the productivity issue. And this is about helping SMEs to digitalize, to become more innovative, and to reduce the gap between the big companies and the SMEs. And this, I think, it's not easy, but these are the recipe for future successful Korean economy.
Okay, once again, thanks a lot for your excellent presentation and this productive and fruitful discussion with on the Korean economy. And once again, thanks a lot for participating in this forum. So please give a big round of the applause to Christopher Andre. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure discussing with you about the Korean economy.
Thank you.
Mr. Andre and Professor Sung, thank you so much for your time with us. We are very lucky that we have had the chance to listen to your special discussion. Thank you. Goodbye. 수고해주신 성태윤 교수님과 앙드레.
Please give another round of applause for Professor Song and Mr. Andre. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the Herald Business Forum 2020. Thank you for your participation for quite a long time today. I am correspondent Jung Se-hee. Safe journey back. Thank you.